Wednesdays. And as always, I am streaming on YouTube and on TikTok. YouTube, you can find me on Prosperous Living with Toya, and on TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. That's me. So, Manifesting Wednesdays, what do you want? Right? What do you want? Hey, no rain. You said you made it. Yes, you did. Welcome. How are you? Welcome to Manifesting Wednesdays. Well, I like to use the Bible. It's not necessary, right? It's not necessary. You know, we can have the life we want without strain and struggle. It's really about decision. What do you want? Some people think they have to be, specific, right down to the smallest detail. And then others prefer to go general. Like, I just want to be happy. I just want to be healthy. I just want to have an amazing relationship. I just, some people, I want to rule the world. I want to be president. I want to be the best basketball player. I want to be first chair in an orchestra, like whatever. The first ballerina, whatever, a prima ballerina. The options are endless. And I notice that the biggest hiccup for most people is that they're so concerned about the destination and don't want to experience the journey. They want to leapfrog over into the destination. But we came here to experience the journey. We came to experience the unfoldment. We came to have the bridge of incidents that leads us to the materialization of our desire. That's what makes life more enjoyable. The people you get to share with, the people you get to meet along the way, how it all comes together. Find a way to be happy about life. And I think that's why people, trip up, because they don't really like their life. And I get it. Some people are in some situations that they would love to see themselves out of. So maybe instead of focusing on what you don't want, especially if you're in a sticky situation, is to imagine that you're in another place and what that would be like. What would be your attitude if you were in your perfect situation? Live from that state, right? If your current situation is not, something that you desired. Yep, I'm learning a change in perspective really makes all the difference. Hello, I am Tim. Welcome. uh, uh, hey, serious God talk. What's up, God? How are you? Hey, sunflower, peace and blessings. Welcome. Welcome, YouTube. Remember to like, share, comment on the live on TikTok. We double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. I know a lot of times, we get so caught up in that. I don't know. I guess I just come from a different perspective. As far as looking at the current circumstances, right? Even before I even understood manifestation, because I found myself in some very uncomfortable, undesirable circumstances when I was much younger. And the way life changed was because I didn't get down on myself and I didn't You know, I didn't say like this was going to be my permanent situation, right? I'm like, this is not going to be my permanent situation. So, the mind was always working to see, you know, and I didn't talk about the current situation a lot either. I didn't complain about the current situation either, even though I didn't like it, you know, because you always think it could be worse. It could be worse. And thankfully, I got a place to lay my head. Children got a place to lay their head. I wasn't living in a shelter out of my car, right? Although it seems like a lot of people that sleep in a car for a year, that seems to be the glow up path. Everybody has this story of living in their car for a certain amount of time. I'm just like, what? Is that the go-to story now? I lived in my car and then I became a millionaire. That's how I got to be a millionaire. I lived in my car for about a year. And a lot of times they be choosing that. So what? You chose it and I'm supposed to be like, oh, okay. I mean, that's a way. That's a way, I guess. To each his own. I be side-eyeing folks, they'll be like if you listen to that Steve Harvey, that Steve Harvey and his lived in a car before he blew up as a comedian. Come to find out he had a whole family and left them to follow his dreams, and he decided to live in a car. But he had a whole family he left behind to follow his dreams. Like, dude, really? That's what we doing? You left your family to go follow your dreams? And I think he had two, because by the time he was really successful, he was on his third marriage. But again, who are we to judge? That's people's story, right? That's what I'm telling you. People tell us a story. We be saying they lying, but it's just a narrative. It's just a story they tell, because what people understand about psychology is that we as human beings, we love a good come up story. We like the zero to hero narrative. So those who become very successful, a lot of them have these embellished stories of struggle, because they find that to connect with people, because they know most people, especially in our nation, are just getting by. And so they try to relate to you on a level. It's like, girl, I struggle too, man, but I just kept fighting. I kept grinding. I kept working hard, and then and everything panned out for me, and it can pan out for you. I know my daughter was saying that's what she loved about Beyonce. Beyonce doesn't feed into that narrative that she came from a struggle background, right? She says her parents are middle class. Now her dad did, stop working in the corporate world and decided to go all in on her dream. And her mother owned her own beauty salon. So she kind of became the breadwinner as they really leaned into Beyonce's career. But she doesn't give the struggle narrative, like a lot of entertainers do. Then leave. Okay, we can help you. We're gonna block you. So you ain't gotta worry about my live no more. Cause what we doing? Cause what we doing? Why do you care? Here we go. You find it hard to choose what you want. Hey, Feminine Lux. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, 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 Magnetic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you don't agree with the platform, you can scroll on by. Just scroll on by. you know? Oh, life can just be so much more pleasant if you would just allow it to be pleasant. I remember when I used to be on here and I used to get those interesting comments and I would be like, just ignore them. I'm like, F that, just block them. I remember I tried to be all, oh, just ignore them, they'll go away. I elevated past that mindset. Nope, you don't like what's going on. You never, poof, be gone. You never have to see this. You will have to create another account. And then that just shows me how bad you want to see me, right? Because if you gonna come across this channel again, that just means you're gonna have to create another account. But your current one is a poof, be gone. But I remember I used to be like, oh no, just ignore it. Don't pay any attention to it. Don't pay it any mind. Just focus. And that's a way it works because we definitely did that. And then once we didn't give them our attention, they did leave, right? And I'm just like, some comments aren't even worth allowing to stay on the screen. I'm turning the station. I'm like, oh, my signal off. Let me fine tune my broadcasting signal because it's picking up all kind of stuff. And no, we just gonna block it all out. We just gonna block you on out. Oh, really? That was the first time, Noreen. I had never, because a lot of times I'm not looking at the comments. Not all the time. I peep in and out. I look in and look out. So I never seen a person before. He said, can any part of the Bible be? Yes, there's one script. The whole Bible is about this one script. It's found in Proverbs. I can't remember if it's the 23rd chapter or the 18th. I mean, right. I can't remember if it's the 23rd chapter or the 18th chapter. It says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That's the whole Bible. As you think about whatever you think in your heart, that's who you are. That's what this book is about. It's telling who you are. What you think about, you bring about. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. One script. Oh, you said, thank you. You said she ain't new to this. Hey, Key. How are you, friend? Welcome. Hey, Cheryl. How are you? Yeah, I don't know why she was all in her panties in a bunch. It wasn't like I was saying anything negative about Beyonce. I was just saying she never talked about a struggle story, which we applaud, right? But whatever, it is what it is. But you can have whatever you like. What do you want? You can have whatever you want. It's about you have to tell yourself that manifestation was never meant to be hard. And this is how you know it's not hard, because you do it all the time. Your life is a manifestation. Manifestation is not something you have to do. It's who you are. The only thing you have to do is choose and be more deliberate about what you're manifesting. It's impossible to stop manifesting. You're always manifesting, because why? You're always thinking. And your thoughts are things. Every morning that you rise, it's a beautiful day. Hey, hey. And so What do you want? That's just really the question. Like, think about it. What do you want? And then be it. Right? Let it marinate. Meditate on it. Have a conversation with yourself about it. Affirm it as true. Right? Look, because when you say prayer, when you say meditation, when you say affirmation, when you say conversation, they're the same thing. Because all of it has to do with what? Communication. People say prayer is a conversation with God. People say meditation is a conversation with God. People say an affirmation is a conversation with God. They're all the same thing. The thing where people get, they might get shook up on or misunderstanding, there's a misunderstanding there, is affirmations. Because people think affirmations is a technique. And so they use it as a way of like a quick manifestation. Like if I say, I am rich, 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 I am rich. And if you say it 10,000 times, I am rich, 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 I am rich. And you do that 10,000 times a day. And as soon as you get done doing it, the next time you talk about money, you're talking about how you don't have enough. What do you think your dominant thought is? Do you think your dominant thought is that I am rich 10,000 times? Or when you're having that casual conversation with somebody about money, you start complaining about how you broke as a joke. Money is hard to come by. You can't never seem to, save money. Every time you try to save, something happens. So what's the dominant thought? Your dominant belief is lack. Even though you said I am rich 10,001 times. Now, if you could say, I am rich without speaking lack, because now your affirmation is what? A confirmation. Because you're always affirming. Even when you talk about how you can't figure out this whole money thing, you can't figure out how to save money, how to bring more money into your experience, how to have financial stability, that's an affirmation. You're affirming what you don't want. That's what you're doing. You're giving your attention to what you don't want to happen. And remember, consciousness, awareness doesn't speak negative. It doesn't know no. It doesn't know no. It doesn't know negative talk. It's only listening to your conversation. It's paying attention to what you're giving your attention to, right? It's focused on where is your mind? Where are your thoughts? Oh, you're not being the person who has money. You're the person who's trying to get money. Get money. Hey, Bonsai. Hello, welcome, Justice. Hey. So, think about it. Think about that. Because when you have transformed your thinking around money, right? And however you get there. So like some people have to see things in order to believe it, right? So someone that may come to me that may be quote unquote struggling in their finances, like they feel like they just never have enough, like they don't have enough to live life and do what they want to do. And you just take time. This is what I would tell them. Write down your net take-home pay for those of you that work and you get paid bi-weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, every week or twice a month, right? However, or monthly, however income comes into your experience for the month, right? And then you make a list of all of your obligations. These are things that you pay regularly every month, whether it's rent or mortgage, whether you have a grocery bill, you have utilities, you have a car payment, insurance, whatever that is, and you subtract it from your net for the month. And then you look at what you have left before you did anything pleasurable, before you put anything in a savings account. This is how much you have left. Most people will realize they have more than they thought, because a lot of people spend unconsciously. They don't even pay attention really to where their money is going. I did this with a couple of people. I did this with my sister and my sister-in-law. My sister was able to save like $11,000 after I had told her to just write out her obligations or her bills, and how much money she made in a month. And she recognized that she was spending like $600 or $700 a month on coffee. And she decided, I didn't need to spend $600 or $700 a month on coffee. I think she was going to Starbucks. I wasn't sure. And so she just decided, like, I didn't tell her what to do. This is something she decided to do, right? She decided that, I'll just give me a really nice coffee maker, get a really nice coffee, beans or grounds that I really love, and I'll make coffee from home. And she changed some other things too, maybe how she grocery shopped and different stuff like that. Because here's the thing, I'm not telling you to operate from a lack place. I want you to see that you have more than enough. And so with my sister-in-law, I told her to do the same thing, and she recognized, because she thought she didn't really have money for her kids to be in extracurricular activities, to save the kind of money that she wanted to save, like put to the side every month. And she recognized that actually, after all her obligations, the amount of money she would spend on groceries, she actually saw that she really did have the money to do the things that she wanted to do. Sometimes people just got to see it. And that creates a shift in your reality where you, instead of seeing that you don't have enough, you actually see you have more than enough. You were kind of just circulating stuff, unconsciously, because you had this mentality of lack. So when you had that mentality of lack, you naturally create the reality of lack. But the moment she had the shift in consciousness, both of them, that they actually had more than enough, they created that reality. And so they were able to see that actually I got more than enough. Oh, okay, Justice. Okay. Yep. Hey, Alshami. Hello. How are you? How have you been? Yeah. Because it's about renewing that mind. You really got to renew that mind, and you got to do what it takes, because for some people, seeing is believing. And okay, maybe you got to see it before you believe it. That's okay. No judgment, right? Some people just not going to believe they have more than enough just by saying they have more than enough. That doesn't resonate with them. Right? That's like, what? But when you can see it, then you automatically stop saying how you don't have it, because you know that you do. So what's going to change? Your conversation, what you affirm, is going to change. And then what you think about, you bring about. All right, we're up. We got over 10K. So if you want to come up in the box, you can, to talk manifesting. Talk about your manifestations. What do you feel like maybe, you need to get over the hump, right? Let's talk about it. Like, what do you think your hangups are? What do you think your setbacks are? What do you think? Because it's what you think. It's not if it's true, it's what you think. And so we're going to, you know, reveal the error in your thinking so you can be set free. And we're going to speak the truth. The truth is what sets you free. How do you get free? Through truth. But we have to unearth the error and understand that there's an error in your thinking. And so once we can, you know, bring to light that error, we can bring forth the truth. So you could be loosed and set free. Because the truth makes you free. And recognize that this life was never supposed to be hard. That you can have a joyous experience on this, you know, and it's really about, again, what has your attention? Because what has your attention has you. Whatever has your attention has you, and you keep magnifying and producing, manifesting, materializing, externalizing these things. And do you know that happiness is a choice? You have to choose happy. Why are we not choosing happy? And you know, if you just start appreciating some things that maybe you take for granted, because maybe you're not in the greatest situation, right? But you got breath in your body. You have an awareness, right? And you can start to, and you know, and you can be thankful for the thing that you want to see, like, right? We're speaking those things that be not as though they were, so you can appreciate the life that is yet to be manifested, right? How did Neville put it? He said, faith is loyalty to the unseen reality. So you have a reality that you can't physically see. And you have to ask yourself, where do your faith lie? So then you're going to appreciate the unseen state as though it is seen. Speak those things that be not as though they are. So you appreciate what you cannot physically see as though you can see it. That's living what? Fourth dimensionally. Live fourth dimensionally, which means live in your mind. See what you want to see in your mind and then give thanks for that. Right? Whatever little thing, whatever you can think of. It's like Elijah and the widow. He said, how much do you have any oil? And she said, I got 3 drops. So what did she notice? She noticed the little she had and claimed the little. And then by claiming the little, she was able to borrow vessels that overflowed with much, right? Like she kept pouring over till all of it got filled. And so that story is showing you that when you acknowledge even the smallest amount, no matter how insignificant you think it is, when you can recognize the little joy that you can, the thing that you can be thankful for. Because them that have, says the Christ, right? Because she could recognize the having of a thing instead of saying, oh, I don't have nothing. It ain't nothing in here. It's barely but 3 drops. That ain't nothing. No, she said, I have 3 drops. To them that have, it shall be given, and that in abundance. See, the Bible is telling you how to think. It's telling you to recognize that what you think is small or insignificant. There's another script that says, despise not the day of small beginnings. Some of y'all hating that y'all in the space that y'all in. not appreciating where you are. You're despising it. Like, oh, I hate my life. I hate where I'm at. Why isn't life? You just complaining. You're just complaining about everything and then wonder why it doesn't change. When has complaining ever changed anything? Complaining never changed anything. Well, then keep it moving then. You don't need me. Keep it moving. Scroll on by. Are you even living according to the Bible? That's the question. Are you living according to the Bible? We're not talking religion over here, though. Religion doesn't teach the Bible. The religion has you bound, has you groveling and begging and bargaining with your sky daddy. Saying, God, if you be willing, I know I don't deserve it, then why are you asking for it? If you give me this, I won't ask you for nothing else. Lying? No, you lying. Lord, if you just give me this, I'll never ask for anything else. No, you lying. Just desperate. And think that if God already knows what you have need of, why you have to beg for it? If God already knows what you have need of. Why are you begging and bargaining? Why are you crying and snotting? Big. Hey, the artist. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All you have to do is command. Say what you want, and then say faithful. It's really not hard. We just, we've been so programmed, and it's about deprogramming, right? And not only religion, but the spiritual community has programmed you too. Because the spiritual community has convinced you that you should want the microwave version. They sell you hope just like religion does. They convince you that they know something you don't know, just like religion does. They convince you need a master, you need a guru, you need somebody to teach you this, because how else would you know? You need somebody when you've been manifesting your whole life. You don't need anybody to show you. You've been doing it your whole life. And a lot of times you hear that they tell you something and you're like, that, why is it not working? Why is it not working? Why is it not working? And they're like, because you're doing it wrong. Buy my ebook, buy my e-course, sign up for coaching. I feel like you should only get coaching if you yourself feel like you really need it, not because someone else is telling you need it. That's a difference. If you want to experience coaching, it should be because you in your heart want to experience it, not because someone else told you need it. You said pay my bills. Hello, hey, Glaze. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Say manifesting equals both imagination, femininity, and willpower, masculinity. Gotta have both in harmony to properly manifest. I mean, if you say so, if that is your recipe, if that's your recipe. I don't know about the willpower. What do you mean by willpower? Because to me, I would say the masculinity is the consciousness that decides, and then the femininity is the womb, the imagination, the womb of creation. So once the consciousness impregnates, impresses the subconscious, the feminine aspect, the womb of creation, it becomes it produces it. It produces it. So you think you have to make it so, or is it already so? Just asking, not disagreeing, just giving a different perspective, right? I just want to I'm talking to someone on YouTube. So they said, if I imagine a good dinner, I gotta willfully enact on to it to make it happen. The action. Oh, so you think you have to, so you don't think imagination was the action. You think your physical activity brings it into being. But what if somebody, so what if you imagine a great dinner and then somebody just brought it to you? What action did you create? Or someone invited you out to a restaurant and they took you to the place that serves you the very meal you were imagining. Then what action did you do other than maybe get in a car and go with them? Or you opened the door to receive the meal? Because is that an option? You not actually having to cook the meal, that some, oh, beautiful, thank you, that someone actually just brings it to you. They say that's you overly being receiving for that to come to you. Okay, what's wrong with that? Because both are true, right? Both are true. One, on one hand, you could go cook the meal yourself, or the other way is the meal can come to you. Neither way is wrong. But either way, you imagined it first. The way that it comes into expression, infinite ways. Infinite ways. But you could decide, I don't want to cook, but I still want the meal. And I'm going to imagine I'm going to get the meal without me having to cook it. You can actually add that to the request, right? I want to go on vacation, but I don't want to pay for it. I want a free vacation. You could do that. Or because you know you have more than enough money, can just go book a vacation. Because it's your world, it's your reality. You get to do either, right? Hey, DNA. Hey. Well, that's what you have to do, Dash. I don't tell people what they have to do. I tell people figure out what they want to do. There's no have to do. It's a choice, and you get to choose. There's no right or wrong, but people have to figure out what it is. But how do you know that the imagining creates reality? Is choose to do nothing and let it be so. Test this, and prove it to yourself. You have to prove it to yourself that, can I just think about it and then it comes to me? Am I the magnet attracting life to me? Interesting. And how would you be screwing yourself over? Yep. People imagine doing everything. So they say, can I think about having big muscles without willfully putting in the work? The thing is, you have to have the mind to do the work first. That's all we're saying. I'm not saying you won't do any action. I'm saying it starts in the mind first. Like people are paying for muscles. Everybody not necessarily work, some people are getting help with bringing those muscles into form. Just like people are getting help with weight loss, right? They're like, oh, in order to lose weight, you got to change the way you eat and you have to exercise. And some people say, no, I don't. I can do surgery. I can take a diet pill. I can do all kind of things. And some people can just decide that they're just going to, lose weight. And they don't even know what happened. Like they could say, well, I don't know. I can't really pinpoint what it was. I can't, some people like they did intermittent fasting and they did no weightlifting. They did no exercise. Just did I know my mom, when she was here and she was diagnosed with diabetes, she didn't exercise. She just changed the way she ate. She ate more vegetables and protein and lost a bunch of weight. And she was able to come off her diabetic medicine. Was it insulin? She was able to change her weight and she did no exercise. She just changed the way she ate. Now, some people would say, well, you got to exercise and you have to diet. Some people have realized that's not necessary. Okay. Maybe some people do. Yep. But a lot of people are into the action oriented thing. And so when we speak manifestation, we're more about less doing and more being, because we understand that the action is the effect, not the cause, right? That once you get it in your mind, once you adapt it psychologically, once you get it consciously, it becomes an effect, right? Remember, your thoughts are causing an effect. That's what we're told to. So let's take, weight loss or diet or, getting the physique you want. If you go right to the action without getting it in your mind or consciousness of it, it's not that you won't lose the weight. You just won't maintain it. We know that's true, right? We know a lot of people like, yeah, they join the gym. They do it for 3 to 6 months. They lose the weight. And then what happens? Because they didn't get it in consciousness, because they didn't become the person, they didn't allow themselves to be the person that was naturally fit. After that 3 to 6 months or even a year, they put back on twice as much. They put back on the weight and then they put back on even more, right? That's why you want to get it. You want to see yourself as already being it. And then whatever it is that is required for you to lose the weight. Because no two people are the same, right? You decide that you're fit, naturally fit. Instead of joining the gym, lifting weights and being on some type of elliptical or, what's that, the stationary thing? The walking, I forgot what you call it. Maybe you take up a dance class. Maybe do Pilates. Maybe it may be a different, maybe, your inner guidance system is just telling you to change the way you eat. And that's enough. Like some people, like they they cut out sugar. They have the desire to just leave sugar alone. And then someone else has a desire, to do keto. What is it? Keto? That's what it's called. I think it's keto. Because before keto was the Atkins diet, I think they're pretty similar. It's all about that protein, getting as much protein as you like, right? But your path is going to be different. Maybe you like cycling. Maybe you like skating. And whatever it is to bring about your desired outcome is going to be catered and curated specifically for you. That's why you have to know yourself. Yep. And so, again, the question is, what do you want? What is it that you want? And do you see yourself with it? Do you see it as possible? And do you ask yourself the questions, what would it be like? Especially if it's something you're desiring and for whatever reason you're thinking it's an impossible feat. Like, man, because this is the great thing. When you don't know how it's going to happen, that's the best kind of manifestation. Because you have absolutely no idea. It's going to take what some people will say divine intervention. But here's the thing. It's going to happen so naturally. A lot of the times it happens so naturally, you're going to think it would have happened anyway. And when it does happen, you're going to wonder, did I do that? Because it just happened so naturally, just like it's going to happen anyway. Like, man. So that's why a lot of times we ask you to test it for yourself and leave out the how. Yes, we all can say we could lose weight by going to the gym and changing our diet. That's a known way. But see if you can change your diet just by you saying, I'm this weight. Oh, not change your diet, change your weight. Just by deciding I am this weight. Without trying to figure out, oh man, I got to have this plan. I got to have this. No. Keep telling yourself every night as you go to bed, I'm this weight, I'm this weight, I'm this weight. And then see how naturally and effortlessly you do things without you really having to think about it. Because you want to get it in consciousness. You want to embody it. You want to embody it. And sometimes we be thinking we have to hurry up and do something. Like the moment you decide it, now you like, oh, I got to take action. I got to do it right away. No. Let it, sink into your subconscious mind. Let it, go through the metamorphosis. Let it become osmosis, right? There is no rush. You have eternity. It says spirit takes time to manifest as well. Patience is a virtue. I don't know if spirit takes time, but the third dimension plane takes time. The spirit is instant. But the 3D time be slow in the 3D. But in spirit, it's in the twinkling of an eye, in a blink. The moment you asked, I answered. While you were yet speaking, I did appear. But in the physical, time be slow. And patience, yes. And patience isn't waiting Patience is persevering. Patience is about being steadfast, being committed, trusting that it shall be. Why? Because it already is. Because it already is. And so now you're just allowing yourself to what? Experience it. Get excited about the experience. Get excited about the journey and not just the destination. That's how your joy is going to be full. Because you want to enjoy the manifestation, right? Enjoy the manifestation. It's a beautiful, wonderful thing. It's absolutely great to smell the roses, to ease on down the road, to water the plants, to allow the sunshine to come on through, to watch the flowers bloom. Hello, hello, Sienna. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, gotta enjoy the meal, not just the fullness of eating. That, this, that. Yes. We're forgetting to have fun. We're forgetting to lighten up. We're forgetting we're so stressed. We're so on, I don't know. Is it because we want to prove to others how greatly we can manifest? Like, is that what's going on? Like it got to hurry up and happen because what are other people going to think? What are people going to say? Like, I've been talking manifestation and they keep asking, where is it? Where is it? How come nothing has happened yet? Slow your roll. You can't hurry, love. No, you'll just have to wait. You gotta trust, give it time, no matter how long it takes. Hey. Now, I don't like this. I don't like the verse they say, well, love don't come easy. It does. Love, it does come easy. But you gotta keep on waiting, anticipating for that soft voice to talk to me at night, for those tender arms to hold me tight. I'll keep waiting. And that just means I'll keep on trusting. I'll keep on being committed. I'll keep on persevering. That part, yes, we don't rush to listen to a song. We take our time with, for however, right? Those of you that play musical instruments, you're not trying to hurry up and get to the end of the song. You're not trying to hurry up and play it as fast as you can, right? No, you're the length of the song is the length of the song. If it's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's however the length of the song is the length of the song. The whole point is for the enjoyment. Just like a dance, right? You're not trying to hurry up and do the dance. The dance is done by the rhythm and the beat of the music, right? You're in tune with it. You find the beat, right? You get in harmony with the music and you dance and you groove and you have fun with it, right? That's the whole point, right? You're supposed to have fun. Like, oh, yes, I love it, right? You love to dance because how it makes you feel, how your body moves to the beat, right? Maybe some of you need to dance more. I can dance. Some of you that used to be in part of the church and Pentecostal churches, I can dance all night. I can dance. They used to do that in the Pentecostal. They do that in the Pentecostal churches. I can dance, right? Some of y'all need to go to a karaoke bar. Or just do karaoke in your home. Sing some songs. Loosen up. Lighten up. Take your mind off the situation. And then you'll decide when you take your mind off your problem, Like Daniel in the lion's den. He wasn't worried about them lions. He turned his back on the lions, the problem. And he looked to the hills, which comes his help, because he knows his help came from the Lord, right? He wasn't worried about the lion. He was not worried about the problem. You got to take your eyes off the problem and put your eyes on the solution. Yep. Modern society has us neurotically wanting results too quickly, so we depreciate the process. Thank you. Say a good message. Right. Yeah, we gotta, this whole rush. That was my revelation to myself. And I shared it on the TikTok streets and I put it on YouTube too, but TikTok I had more engagement with that message on TikTok. And so many people so many people, thank you, I needed to hear this. Thank you. They said, as I listen to you 2 times speed. I'm like, not you listening to it 2 times speed, they need to catch themselves. About stop being in a rush. Slow down. Slow down. It's okay. No rush to get there. Because y'all know when y'all put stuff in the microwave, it don't have the same. Especially you warming the food up. You might do it out of habit because you're used to doing it. But you like, man, I need to put this in the oven on the stove or steam this because, it just ain't the same. I put it in this microwave oven. It just ain't hitting. It ain't got the same taste. Yeah. Hey, A-Town. Yes. Yeah, take time, because who are you rushing for? Who's making you feel rushed? Who's making you feel rushed? Because there is no competition. This life is not a race. Life is an experience, not a race. Are you experiencing, are you enjoying the wine? Are you enjoying the meal? We've been trained, especially between school and work, the way they condensed the time that they give you to eat, everything is hurry up, right? Hurry up and eat your food. Hurry up so you can get back to doing what you was doing, because eating is just something you do. It's not something you experience anymore, right? It's like, I only got 20 minutes. I only got 15 minutes. Let me gobble this down. Let me hurry up, right? Not enjoying the meal. I mean, our programming is so deep. Hey, Latoxic. Welcome. just, but here's the thing. We notice that all manifestations happen exactly when they're supposed to, right? It's like, so say like Latoxic was talking about she wanted to go first class on her flight, right? Well, she knew that manifestation had to happen at least sometime before the plane took off, right? So that was like a time-oriented type manifestation, because you knew, or even when I manifested, being upgraded to first class, I knew it had to happen on that flight, right? I just didn't know when I was going to be told. So like I was saying to myself, because I didn't want to pay extra money or extra points. And I was like, I wonder how they're going to tell me. They say, nope, nope, nope. It's already done. I'm not even going to think about it. And I was told the night before that I was being upgraded to first class. Right? Now, my experience on the airplanes took a little longer. And then when I was going to Dubai and I was about to experience this 11 to 12-hour flight there and back, I was like, oh no, we cannot be having these difficulties on this long ass flight. That's a half a day. No, no, no. So I had just decided, like, no. And I didn't think about it anymore. I didn't even allow my mind to think about it anymore. And it's a great flight. And ever since then, I have not experienced, the uncomfortable flight, right? Remember, I told you I had the inflammation of the nasal passages. My eye would run, head would hurt, whatever the altitude was doing to me, right? The altitude was making flying unbearable. I mean, even before I knew anything about what it was called, right? We call it manifestation, law of assumption, law of belief, law of life, whatever we want to call it, right? What I did recognize when I changed my, when I decided that I should experience a great relationship, I decided, right? I knew that it was the way I was thinking was the reason I was experiencing the type of men I was experiencing. And this before I knew anything about, how this all, like, what you call it. But we kind of innately know, right? We can look back over our life and we can be like, yeah, when I decided that I would do well in school, or I decided I would get a certain job, or I just had a feeling that this hiring manager was going to choose me. Like, you just know, like, it's just something in you. You don't know why you know. You don't know why you believe it. You don't have any evidence other than your thoughts that you're convinced of it. That's it. That's all you have. That's the only proof you have is you're at ease, you're calm about it, and you expect it. Some of you may have dreamed about it. Some of you may have wrote it in your diary or you journaled it. Some of you were doing vision boards before you even knew what manifestation was, right? You cut out pictures in a magazine and put it on a paper or put it on scrapbook and whatever you were doing. And you're like, I remember I used to talk about fashion all the time. Look at me. Oh, I remember I used to talk about this and look at me now. And I remember when I was a kid and I used to always tell my parents I was going to do this when I got older, and I just knew that I was going to do this, right? A lot of people didn't call that manifestation. They called that believing in oneself. Some people called it prayer, right? Some people had called it having faith, because we didn't know what to call it. We just know that, hey, you asked for it and you got it. You said it within yourself and it happened. And then you kind of knew when you were saying stuff, but your heart really wasn't in it. You really wasn't feeling it. You didn't actualize it. You were kind of iffy about it. You was kind of double-minded about it. You were back and forth about it. And so it really didn't happen for you. Right? Like when it comes to your relationships, you know that you had certain beliefs about surrounding relationships. Like if you really think about it now, how you thought about relationship is kind of how it played out. And then now you know, then you're like, man, how do I switch this up? How do I change the way I think surrounding relationships? Now, this is where you have to learn how to talk to yourself. You have to decide what you want and then see that it's possible for you to have it. Like, No one's keeping a great relationship from you. There is no power working against you when it comes to relationships. The only power working against you is yourself. You're the only power that's against you. Why would you be against yourself? And I get it, it's conditioning, it's programming because you didn't see any good examples of what a relationship looked like. You grew up seeing how the woman catered to the man. The man had to finance so he just because he was the man, even though he's not good with finances, even though he wasn't honest, even though he wasn't very loyal. But that's just the way the house ran. And you was like, I don't want that type of relationship. Man, just come and go as he please, and then he want to be setting the rules in the house, and I gotta listen because he the man, because he wears the pants in the house. Not understanding that marriage is a partnership, not a dictatorship. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, yep, honey, yep. Like my husband said, like I decided I wouldn't be allergic to shellfish. Yep. I don't even know. Have you ever had seafood? Because he was allergic to it the whole time I've known him. Till recently, he started saying, they asked him, "Do you have any allergies?" He say, "Nope." He don't. He say, "Nope, I have no allergies." But we've been together 12 years. Like I think in the last year, since we've been going out, because I love shrimp. I like crab cakes. I am necessarily gonna eat a crab because I just don't like all that breaking up the shell and all. I don't got time for fighting with my food. But I'll eat me a really good crab cake though. Hey, sunshine. Say, how long have I been on? A little over an hour. Sit on seafood I like is catfish. Okay, Noreen. Oh. So you avoid it like the plague. All right. Oh, I know that's right. Say the time. Say I keep forgetting it's 5 Central. All right, because you're an hour ahead of me, so it's 6 p.m. your time. But that's okay. That's okay. You made it. You made it. That's okay. So does everybody know what they want? Right? Everybody good on their mindset when it comes to manifestation? Yes. Do I have requests and I can't see them? Oh, you said you're still working on it. What are you working on, Sunshine? Okay, I don't know what happened. I couldn't see anybody. I couldn't see anybody's request. I didn't see anybody requesting. So I don't know why I couldn't see the request. Oh, okay. I am Tam. Okay. Yeah, no panel this time for it. Oh, here's someone. Let's see. Oh, the toxic's coming up. Thank you. Hey, the toxic.
Hello, hello. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. How are you?
Oh, amazing. Amazing. That's always going to be my answer. Amazing. Fantabulous.
Love it.
Yes, yes. I say a lot of
Um,
people don't have a lot of questions regarding the well, not even questions. You don't have to have questions, but if you have like what have you
I invited some people up.
oh you did? Okay, 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 okay.
Hey, Cap.
Like on your journey with manifestation, like what have you learned? What have you gleaned that works or doesn't work for you? You know, like did you try out techniques and you're like, man, I can't, I don't, something, I'm missing something. I can't figure this out, right? Like, what is it that I'm not getting? Because even though I don't use techniques, I would never say that you shouldn't use techniques, right? I just know that the things we call techniques are not techniques. Like prayer, meditation, affirmation, those are not techniques. That's something you always do. You can't stop praying. You can't stop affirming. You can't stop, meditating because those are just things that you do as being someone who thinks. Those are ways of communicating as the I am. You communicate with yourself through prayer, affirmations, and meditation. They're not something that you have to. The only thing you want to consider and pay attention to, be aware of what you're affirming, what you're meditating on, what you're praying about. So that's what's important. Your awareness is key. Your awareness is key. Right? So we just finished Neville Goddard's book a couple of weeks ago, The Power of Your Awareness. Being aware of what you're giving your attention to. Because that's what's creating your reality. That's what you're manifesting, what you're giving attention to. So you continuously give your attention to struggle, hardship, sacrifice, you know, never feeling wanted or, feeling unprotected or neglected or, mistreated, not cared for. If that's how you're thinking, that's what needs to be transformed. With a renewing of your mind, you have to now change that thought process, those beliefs. Remember, a belief is just a thought. You keep on thinking. So, how do you create a new belief? You got to have new thoughts, new ideas. Now you have to, expose the error, shed the light of truth, and that dispels the error once you operate in truth. And the truth is, you're always wanted. You're an amazing person. There's nothing wrong with you. That was all erroneous thinking. It was erroneous thinking. And so now you have to decide, well, what thoughts do I want to give attention to? Even if you feel like you're lying to yourself. But remember, a lie is just a story you tell. And your life is a story that you're telling. So, what story are you telling? Why wouldn't you make your story something great? And you know where you start with the story? The end. The end is where you begin. Start where how you want life to be. You don't start as it is, especially if as it is not what you like. right? So start at the end and say what it is you would like for it to be. Live from the end, right? As Neville tells us, he also says, live from the end and believe it in. Your belief is what causes it to manifest, which means it causes it to be seen. That's it. Because it's already there. It's the unseen reality. You can't see it with your five senses, right? You can't see it, you can't taste it, you can't touch it, you can't smell it, you can't hear it. Nothing, you can't. But where do you see all those things? Imaginatively. You experience it all in your mind. You're supposed to live in your mind. And have fun with the 3D instead of scapegoating the 3D. Instead of telling the 3D it's a devil. You created the devil? Why are you mad? How are you mad at your own creation? When all you have to do is change it. You spend so much time talking about what you don't want, and you think that's going to make it go away. No. You're resurrecting it. You're giving it life. Because you keep talking about it. You don't talk about the good, the things that you want, life, the way you want to live. You don't enjoy life. You're too busy trying to wonder why life isn't happening the way you want it to be, instead of enjoying the thing that you have. Enjoy it. Say what it is you want it to be. Again, dance a little more, laugh a little more, sing a little more. Go outside a little bit more. Go hug a tree, something, stand in some grass. I don't know, but get your mind off of why things aren't happening the way you think they should. Find a good movie that you like that's going to make you laugh and, feel good about yourself. Do something that's going to lift your spirits instead of complaining about where's the manifestation? Why is it taking so long? How come it didn't show up? That's why. That's why. You're pushing it away with your conversation, with what you're affirming. You keep telling yourself it's not so. So guess what? It's not so. Say thoughts are the shadows of our feelings. If you got a lot of dark, negative thoughts, then you got to deal with those. Yep, you got to change it up. Thank you, Dash. Thank you. Hello, Kevin. How are you? Hey, Anna. Welcome.
Hey, Toya.
Hey, how are you?
I am lovely.
Great.
I was just, I was thinking about all the things that you were just saying right now, um, about your awareness. You can only, I was think, well, I was thinking about earlier this morning that those things that are awareness is the key to manifestation. The example I was thinking of was if you had your car keys in your hand and you're walking towards your car, and then you stopped, looked at your hand, and saw the keys in your hand, would you look for your car keys? Of course not. They're right there in your hands. And you looking at the car keys, you're acknowledging that you're holding the keys in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason to look for something is to acknowledge you don't already possess it. Now, if I couldn't find my keys and I asked you, excuse me, Toya, do you know where I put my keys? And you're like, how would I know? They're your keys. But just because I don't know where I put them doesn't mean I no longer believe they exist. I know they exist. So your awareness, like when you remember where you put those keys, your awareness kicks in. Oh, silly me, I put them upstairs on my dresser, or I set them down on the table. When you become aware, so your awareness is linked to your manifestation. So it's what I believe Neville Goddard is explaining. Living in the in, you have to be as one that has it.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be aware that you already have it.
Yep. Mark 11:24, right here on the screen.
Right, which is where I'm coming to with my point. Which is why it made me contemplate based on the scripture you posted. Because once you already be thankful for receiving, you're not acknowledging the lack thereof of that which you desire. Because once you have it, there's no need to say, I need to go look for it. Because you're acknowledging you have it. You are aware that you have it. Whatever that it is of your desire.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why everything collapses into the physical, or becomes into your seeing, natural seeing, because it already exists in you. Because it's energy collapsing in the form of your desire.
Yep.
All of it. We are energy. I know you've heard me say repeatedly, we're not human. I was explaining to someone, if I was wearing a pair of socks, which I am right now, and I said, hey, I'm a pair of socks. And they would go, well, I don't know, Kevin. You're wearing a pair of socks. That doesn't make you the pair of socks. I said, okay, you're right. I can agree with that. I can go along with that. You are not human. You are wearing your pair of socks. You're wearing the human body. That doesn't mean you're the human body. Now I'm wearing the experience called Kevin, but it's not who I am. I am that which cannot be explained. I am that which cannot be named. I am that who creates, which has no beginning, has no ending, and cannot be unalived, cannot be destroyed. How do you destroy energy? You can't. Scientific said you cannot destroy it. So, are we all powerful? We are all that is. We are all that is. What are we? We are that which we are. that's what we are. That's all I wanted to share.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Latoxi, did you want to say something? Love it. Love it. Love it.
I don't know. I was going to share some of my manifestations. Well, the one that comes quickest to mind for me. So I don't know if y'all know this, but I was a certified man hater. Even though I very much show love man, I do. I grew up with my brother, my dad, and everything like that. So I've always enjoyed him. But I got very much so caught up in the collective. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
War of the Sexes, War of the Roses.
Yeah, I still get caught up in that sometimes. I really do. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm finding it. Anyway, so long story short, I went on my trip, and I had the same money in my account as I went as when I came back. So I'll say that as a manifestation, but also, I just started thinking to myself, like, men are very chivalrous toward me. Like, I've had, I've never really had any issues in that way, but for some reason, I think I just mentally have been thinking so negatively.
Okay.
That, it's been, I haven't really been looking for just nice things to happen to me, men or not, but that was on my mind. And, so I went, to the airport and everything like that, coming back, and I had men standing up to get out of their chairs for me, like, because there were no seats and like all this other stuff, and opening door, all that stuff. But it was just happening all of a sudden, it was just happening all at once, I think. Which was, maybe because I was noticing it, that's why it was happening. But it was just like, wow, like, I had, guys help me put my luggage in the, overhead and, all that stuff. I didn't have to lift a thing. I didn't open a door. I didn't lift a thing, So anyway, I just had to say that because I feel like that's a big change from where I was at mentally, even though I was having a good time and everything like that. But I don't know. I just hadn't, it all just seemed to happen at once. And maybe because I was in a new place or something like that, it was starting to stick out to me. But yeah, I was like, it's been a long time since a man stood up from his seat for me. I was like, wow, okay, we're getting old school,
Old funny. Not old school.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that guy was younger than me. I was pretty sure, even though I am only 25, I'm pretty sure that guy was younger than me. But it was just really nice. It was just a nice experience overall.
That's cool.
So I'm sharing that as a manifestation because I think I was just like looking out for that type of thing.
Yeah, good guys do exist.
Absolutely, they do. I never not believed that. I was like, it's a whole,
You got caught up. You got caught up in a crossfire. You was like, yeah, man, stand up. Yeah, do better.
Right. That's what I got. I was like,
do better.
Yeah. But no, it was a good experience overall, and it was just, it was just something. Yeah, it was just a good experience. So I just wanted to share that.
It's just crazy. You made me think of I saw this a nice black couple on TikTok today. The video that came across was the guy was saying all of the things that his wife does for him. And he was saying, I was like, oh, that's like something that I do for my husband. And so I started looking in the comments, and they were like, oh, glad you married your mother. Oh, you married your mother. Oh my God, you doing that for him? What is he doing that for you? Right. So I had to go to their page, and I was like, was this one-sided? And then you see her video, and she's talking about all the things that he does for her. And I was like, oh, same thing my husband does for me. I'm like, and then he's getting praised. Oh, girl. Oh, you got a good man. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my goodness. May this love attack me. Oh my, I'm just like, and then the comments is also like, man, the comments between this video and his video are just wildly different. she got beat upside the head for doing things for her husband, and he got praised for doing things for his wife. I'm like, boy, this world is something
I think everybody just keep your relationship business off the internet. But yeah, that's definitely unnecessary. Also, you don't.
I mean, they had a lot of views. They had like almost one. I think her video had 1.7 million views.
Oh wow.
When I don't. He had a lot of likes, but I couldn't see the views that got. But I'm going to assume he probably got just as many because they hit about the same amount of likes. And his video might get, because he had so much had so much engagement, but it was more negative. When I first saw it, I was like, man, some women are so miserable. You can't be happy for this woman that she wants to do stuff for her man. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on?
It's not your business. Like it doesn't concern you. And I'm of the mindset where everybody is where they want to be. So if she's doing that for her husband and whatever's happening,
but it was both. They both were showing how they care for one another in their own way, right? Yeah, like she washed the clothes, but he made sure she had gas in her car. He would cook the better meals, and she also shopped for himself. But I'm like, that same thing I do for my husband. It's the same thing. Yeah. A lot of the things that they were saying was the same things that my husband and I do for one another. And I was just like, what? So y'all don't think that people actually like their spouses. Y'all think people married to people that they don't like. Well, no, there are people that are married and actually like the person.
Right, 100%.
Like what?
That's my whole thing. It's like everybody's where they want to be at. So trying to cape for somebody or try to stand up for someone on behalf of someone that did not ask you to do that is unnecessary, because everybody's where they want to be. So you don't know what the situation is. It could be good, bad, or ugly. And at the end of the day, if she's doing all that, if she's happy with that, let that woman do what she want to do. And if he's happy doing what he want to do, then let everybody be. It doesn't. That's why I say everyone just leave their personal information off the internet to begin with, because it's really nobody's business, ultimately. But yeah,
clearly they wanted the engagement, because they were like, things that I do for my husband that would make or things that my husband does for me that would make a low effort man go into a coma. And then his was like, things that I do for my wife that would make the things that my wife do for me that would make most women go into a coma. They were both saying the same thing, like saying they didn't want the engagement, but still.
Right. And that's the thing too, what you just said. There's a whole genre of rage bait of women saying things that their man did for them that were just totally, unequal or whatever. And they know they're going to get a ton of engagement, just like what you were saying. So they'll say things like, oh yeah, like my husband only got me a butter dish for Christmas, or some stupid shit like that. Like just stupid stuff. But they people can't seem to tell the difference between like rage bait and like genuine stuff, because they're like, oh yeah, she was going to be defending him in the comments. Yeah, because it's rage bait. Like they know it's not real. They're just trying to, why they're getting famous that way or trying to get recognition that way is beyond me.
Right. Because I posted like, oh, they're like a younger version of me and my husband. I posted a picture of me and my husband. He got like almost 200 likes now. I don't know how many likes it got now, but the last time I had checked it, almost like 200 likes. Somebody was like, oh my goodness, and you guys look similar. I don't know about all that. I wasn't saying that we looked alike. I was saying that how they in the relationship, right? What they do for one another.
Right.
It's the same way my husband and that's what we do for one another.
Right. Well,
but all black people look alike.
Right. Don't get me started. I literally have people at work would be like, oh yeah, you have locks. This other girl has locks. I thought you were her. We look nothing alike. I'm about 6 inches taller than this girl.
Not 6 inches taller. Oh my goodness. But a lot of people think that Key and I favor, and what's so crazy is my daughter also thinks it, because she thought the picture that I posted was an AI photo of her. I'm like, wow. Not you thought I created an AI. I said, let me try to tell. I don't know if Key is still on here, but I was like, wait till I tell Key that my daughter actually thought that you were her and that I had created an AI photo.
That is hilarious. That's hilarious. I didn't think about that initially, but if your daughter said that, it means it's probably true.
Oh my goodness. Keys coming up.
Look, I'm so tired. I was laying in the bed, drifting off to sleep, taking a nap, but I heard that part. I woke up right when you said that. That's so funny. But I listened, but yeah, I think that we look similar too. So it's not just your daughter.
Yeah. But the funny thing is that my daughter thought that she was you, though. That was so funny. And it's my oldest daughter, not Maya. It's my older daughter. Because I'm like, yeah, y'all kind of got the same shaped head and the same shaped forehead. So y'all,
Really?
yeah. She has really long hair like you. Yep. I'm gonna send you a picture of her. She thought you were her. She thought I had created AI.
I didn't hear.
Yeah. I said, wait till I tell Keith.
That is hilarious. She was like, "Oh, Mom, this is you. It's me."
She was like, "This is strange. Why would you do?" She was confused. I'm like, "You are funny."
Well, we could be cousins. You never know.
Never know. He like, I had to jump up here. Let me up.
I woke up like, wait.
Wait, what?
Yes, I had to go. I worked in the office today, so when I have to get up at 5:00, I just be so tired. So. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I gotta listen to my girl. I'm like,
I appreciate that.
Always be on. Yeah, I'm gonna always listen, even if I'm, multitasking.
Okay.
But and I see Latoxi's on here. Oh my God, Anna, Kevin, no, the whole gang. Okay.
Yeah.
Noreen's on here. Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to get I Am Tam to come up and tell her story. That's why you asked that question earlier, and I'm trying to get
She's not coming up. I Am Tam did not come up. She played from the back. She is not coming up.
Sunshine. I'm trying to get Sunshine to come up too.
Oh, okay.
The artist is what's going on, girl.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to Anna, then Noreen. Hello, Anna. How are you?
Hey guys, happy Wednesday.
Happy
glad
Wednesday.
You're on.
Thank you.
Your prompt, it's funny that this is your prompt. What do you want? So it's funny because it happened so that I had a nail appointment in town this afternoon, and it's a small community, like 10,000 people, and the people that I've been going to do my nails, Rose and Tanner, they're Vietnamese, and they're very dear to me. They're about the same age as me. We're all in our 50s, and they're an awesome couple. Okay. I mean, a beautiful couple. So, but today he was like, why not you go on blind date? And so I was like, I just paused for a second and I said, Tanner, because I really don't want to, and that's the key, knowing right now what I want. And because, and I told him, I cracked him up because I said, if I wanted a third husband, I could easily get a third husband. I'm strong enough and I'm powerful enough to get a third husband, if that's what I wanted. And he laughed and he was like, third? What's wrong with you? So yes, your prompt is right on time. What truly do you want? I think that's huge. That's what do you want? Because I think people are iffy. Right now in my life, in this season in my life, I want to be alone. I want to enjoy it. I'm having a good time. Yes. I'm enjoying my space, my time, my energy. It's not to say that I don't think about in the future finding another partner or another mate. I think about that, But it's something that I know that if I want it, I can get it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I love it that, that we don't have to be defined by if we're in a relationship or not. I'm in the best relationship I can be in, one with myself. Like, so I love
And that's
it.
the biggest thing for me too, is really getting to know myself this go round.
Mhm.
That's what I wanted. That's really getting to know myself. But I think with manifesting, you got to figure out what you want first. What my ex-husband, when I manifested him, I manifested the big things, like or not, maybe not the big things, the surface level things.
Okay.
Like surface level, very surface level. Like I even wrote it down on a piece of paper. I had a girlfriend over and having a couple of glasses of wine. This was like 22 years ago.
Mm.
And it was like, okay, I want somebody that's educated, that I don't want anybody with kids. I want somebody that owns a home. I want somebody that likes to vacation. Well, all those things came true.
Mm.
They came true. But I should have, now knowing I should just be basic. Start with kindness, okay?
I said a good guy.
Yeah, just basic. So yeah, that's it.
Because a good
Thank
guy
you.
is going to desire, especially like if like I feel like we're dealing with infinite intelligence, so I didn't feel the need to like. And even though I was reading books that were talking about making lists, I didn't make one. Other than I know what good is. So a good guy
Right.
is going to be someone that has a career, family oriented, going to treat me
Kind.
well,
Yeah.
kind. Yeah, like how you gonna be a good
Basic.
person and not be kind? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
kind of go together, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it's what you want. What
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah, but I
Knowing
think you
what
can
you
have it
want.
all. You can have it all, right? There's no compromise. People gotta stop thinking they have to compromise. Oh, I'll take no. Making this list and like if you forget something, somehow you're gonna miss out.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
You're not gonna miss out. That's really why a list isn't required. Because if you're going by, oh, they must check off the list, but then you forget character and how they treat you, and because you're so worried about the things, make sure they get the things. But what about the person? Consider the person with the things. Hey, Noreen, baby. How are you? Oh, is she gone? Are you there?
Hold on, I'm paying for something right now. As soon as I get out this store, I'll get right
Okay.
back on the line.
No problem. No problem. Key, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Oh, the question you were really asking, is this a trick question? What do we want?
Well, how is that a trick? No, it's not a trick question. You are funny. Is this a trick question?
Whenever somebody asks you, like, well, what is it that you want? It's always not, but I'm kidding. I know it's not. But I can answer that question.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't want a basic life. Let's get that out the way. But I know what you're going to say. Don't focus on what you don't want. What is it? I love when you say it, so I just had to throw that out there. But I know I want freedom disguised as luxury. So what I'm saying is that I want control over my time. I want the modern home in a gated community. I want the financial abundance. And I want peace more than I want excitement.
Okay.
I want emotional stability, self-trust, consistency. I want to be emotionally feel safe I want to feel calm, grounded, and I want a good guy. That's all I'm gonna say about the guy. I just want, because I already know. I just want a good guy, but I want him to be successful and emotionally available. Okay, I had to throw that in there. But I want a life where I just feel secure and desired, respected. I want to have control without having to fight.
Mm.
Yes, that's what I want.
And so, do you feel you already have that? Or is it something, those are desires, not, um, you're not.
I feel like I can see especially from like 2 years ago,
Mhm.
I can see my identity is doing a 180. Like I can see the evolution. I can remember, how I used to think, constantly feeling like I have to battle and fight, and now I'm learning to just let go and just release it.
Mhm.
So I definitely know that my identity is becoming this.
Did you feel like, because I know this was something I had to recalibrate, for lack of a better word, to adjust this need to be defensive,
Oh yeah.
right? Like, and when we that call ourselves, I'm gonna say we, in the Black community, this whole angry Black woman
Mm-hmm.
stereotype or trope, right? And it's like, I had to think about that, because growing up in the inner city of Chicago is where I grew up, and I'm on public transportation.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I had to have a certain type of look about me, like don't fuck with me look, that
Basically.
resting bitch face, like,
Yeah.
not that I could fight, not that I could, but I felt like I had to wear this armor, because I'm on the L, because I'm on
red
the
line.
subway. I don't necessarily take the red line a lot, but I did, but it wasn't a lot. I always did the L, the elevated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
took that most of the time. Not that I didn't take the subways, I did, but that wasn't my frequent mode of transportation. My frequent mode of transportation, because I live right 2 blocks from the L, 63rd Street, and because I live in the Woodlawn area, and near Cottage Grove. So Cottage Grove and the elevated, the Green Line, were the two public transportation, and I was like, man, yeah. And then because you think about it, you're like, you don't even know why you're mad, but you're just mad because you felt like that's how you had to be,
Yep.
like angry and defensive for no
Yep.
reason.
For no reason.
For no reason.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this old age, and I'm just figuring out while carrying around this defense mechanism all these years.
Yep.
Because I thought I had
with
to.
brothers that I had to battle with, like growing up. But now I'm learning to say to myself, and I believe it too. I say, nobody, no, and this is something you share with us. No one is against me. Who can be against me? Who? And it's like, and every time I say that to myself, I instantly feel my body just relax. And I just calm down. Like there's no one against me. Everybody, I've said this so many times in your life, everybody loves me, and it's true, right? And it's like, and when I say that to people, like, when people are like, they got it out for me. Like, I hear that so much. Like, they trying to come for me. They got it out for me. And it just makes me tickle, because I'm like, that used to be me.
Wow.
That used to be me. So I know for a fact, I have proof, that my identity of course, it's going to constantly change. Even when I become the person who I'm becoming, it's going to be the next level. Multi-millionaire stuff. It's just going to constantly expand. It's expansion. So even with friendships, and we had a conversation, because I had got married when I think I want to say 23 when I first got married to the first guy. No friendships in that marriage. Then went from another marriage, no friendships, and then wanting, like, how do you make friends in your late age, it's impossible. Now, you know, friends is the easiest thing to make. Like for the last 2 years, I got so many friends. It's just so simple. It's just the most simplest thing, you know, to make. And so it's just living proof that it's all about changing your identity, and I can see myself doing it, you know.
Yep. Yep, that's beautiful. Yep. Awareness, like we said, the power of awareness, being aware, right? Being aware. Because I used to be told all the time, what's wrong? Why you smile sometime? And a lot of times I didn't even know how I was looking. So I had to be intentional about when I go out to smile. I had to be intentional about that. So I could, because there would be nothing wrong, but then again, I was reverting back to that old state of I gotta put on this armor when I go out into the world, because I don't want nobody to think they can just come up and approach me and do right. So, but that whole mindset there was no reason for that mindset after a certain age, especially you know as I went to other neighborhoods or whatever. But even like I didn't feel unsafe in my neighborhood though, even though it was still could be considered like the inner city and low income area. I didn't feel unsafe. It was just that that's what we were just kind of conditioned and programmed to do
Yeah.
and be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They sure did.
Yeah. Yep. Well, thank you for sharing. And you
You're
have it
welcome.
all. You have it all. You don't have to
I have it
compromise
all.
on nothing. Hey, are you ready, Noreen?
Yes, I'm ready. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, good. Sometimes these AirPods that I be having, they be janky sometimes. I gotta get some new ones. Since we're on the topic of men, that's what I came upon this live for, regarding my situation with my little boo. Currently, we are not speaking, and I feel it has to do with me. I mean, of course, all is mine. So, but remember when I believe it was I'm not sure if it was the last live, but I think it was maybe 2 weeks or so when I was telling you guys that I was speaking, the affirmation, my life is easy, beautiful, and perfect. And, so many good things were happening to me, and still is at this time. But regarding my connection with him, around that time, I had really sat on what is it that I really want from him. And I wanted to be with him. So I had started to affirm that me and him are happily together, because I asked myself, well, if you were together and someone asked you, what would you say? You would say, me and my person are happily together. So because like you said, go to the end. So that's exactly what I had did. And during that time, we were on good terms, but like things weren't really the way that I wanted it to be, but it wasn't bad either. So when I began to affirm that, like I noticed that he started being more vulnerable, because the problem that I had with him was he was afraid to be vulnerable. Like I noticed, like just in our connection, if I was vulnerable with him, it was like he was scared to, meet me there as well with the vulnerability. And I would always think to myself, like, dang, like I don't get why he's this way. So when I started to affirm that, we're happily together, I noticed that he started to be a bit more vulnerable. He started just being more emotionally available, and even opening up to me about little things, that I was wanting him to open up to me about, that he never really did. So I was like, okay, like things are moving forward, So now moving forward, I noticed that I don't know like where the change had happened. I don't know, but we had got into it the other day, and it was not good at all. And I said some words that, I kind of regret saying, to him. And it was through text. And I got really angry with him, and I let him have it. and he left me on red, and we have not spoke since. And so, in my mind, I'm thinking, I pushed him away. Now he's gonna, he was just opening up to me. He was just feeling safe, being vulnerable with me. Now that I, went off on him, he's probably thinking, he can't be safe with me being open now. And now I pushed him away. I should have never said those things. So it's like I'm having this issue where I feel bad for, what I said. So I've been trying to go back to just thinking that, we're happily together. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, I ruined it. Like, he's upset with me. He don't want to talk to me. He left me on red. Like, I don't think he's ever going to see me the same after what I said. So that's the issue that I'm having. And I can't seem to get past it because I was really angry. And sometimes when I get angry, like I got a mouth on me. So yeah, that has been the problem when I get really angry. And so I know that nothing is impossible. I know that, I know that, I could manifest the reconciliation and us to be on good terms again. But it's like, I do feel bad for what I said. I do. And I just can't help but feel that I've hurt his feelings with what I said. And I feel like he probably sees me differently after what I said. And it's just, like that is what's stopping me from like going back to, oh no, we're happily together, all is well. This is just a small hiccup. Like I'm doing that, but it's like as I go about my day, I keep thinking about what I said and how he left me on red, and like we're not speaking. So
yeah,
that's my
like
problem right now.
like the artist put in the comments, it's about forgiveness, but it's forgiveness of self. All right. So you're finding it difficult to forgive yourself. All right. And it's about what do you want? And remove him out of the equation, though. Because he's just mirroring whatever you're believing that a relationship looks like, how you're supposed to show up in a relationship, how you like, do you feel like you have to control the relationship? Meaning that,
it's funny you say that because I come from a family where my mom, because even my dad, they're not together anymore. But I don't want to say I got these traits from my mom, but maybe I have. I don't know. But my dad used to say to me that, your mom, she wants to be in control of everything. And when she can't have her way, she gets upset about it. And looking at how I move, I'm like, dang, I might have those same type of traits as my mom, So to your question, I do believe to a certain extent, I do, but it's not from a place of trying to control anybody. I don't want to control anybody. Like my main desire in a relationship is to just be on good terms, be happily together. That's what I really
so
desire.
why weren't you manifesting be on good terms and be happily together?
Well, I would.
So then how do you manifest not being on good terms and not being happily together?
Right, you're right.
Because you're saying that you don't want to control, but you didn't even like him being who he was, which was not being vulnerable to you. You're like, well, I'm being vulnerable and he needs to match my energy. Why couldn't he move at his own speed, his own way, and just let the relationship flow? Like, let it go. Let it flow. Let it flow.
It's because I've never, but to be honest, I've never learned how to do that. So
Okay.
that's why, like, it has, now I'm glad that you said that, because I realized that's what I need to be doing, letting things flow instead of trying to, control it. And I know it's all from a place of fear, um, but I don't want
And we
him to
think
feel
we're
like I'm trying
so
to control
responsible
him.
for someone else when we're only responsible for ourselves. Because get you right. And then you'll be able to see clearly what's going on with the other. Right? You want to fix him. Like the Christ said, you trying to take the little speck out of your brother's eye when you got a whole beam in yours. We want to change others.
Right.
We want them to be different, but who do we change? Who can we change?
Right.
No one but self. Right?
Right.
Because we're supposed to be with people because we truly enjoy them for who they are, how they show up, what they're comfortable with. If you comfortable with spilling your feelings all up over the place, all on the table, and then mad that he don't want to spill vomit up his feelings, and then he does it, and you still take issue with it. So then, was it really ever about him being vulnerable? Nope. It was never about him. It's like you said, there's some the fear, their insecurity is raising up, is rearing its ugly head.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's not responsible to make you feel secure. I know we think that the partner is the one responsible for making us happy. Well, then if they're responsible for making you happy, what else they're going to be responsible for?
Everything.
Making you mad. Making you feel unsafe, making you feel insecure, making you feel unwanted, making you feel not seen, making you feel not heard. All of the things.
See, I didn't even realize I was doing all of that. I didn't even realize it. But now that just makes me feel even more bad, because I'm just like,
it's not about feeling bad. It's about awareness. It's about awareness. And then you get to do what? Rewrite the story. Change the narrative.
Okay.
Now this is where we forgive self, right? And so forgiveness, I always say, is twofold. You're going to have to let go of the old state, which is what took place, and embody the new state, which means give forth yourself the grace you want to give to him. The grace you want, the mercy, the grace, the compassion, the understanding, you have to give that to yourself. Like, it's okay that you were angry. It's okay that you went there. Because what? That's the old state. It's okay. Because now all you have to do is change it. Change the story. No one is judging you but you. You're the one saying, I shouldn't have did that. Right. That's who you are, though. Until you decide that that's not who you are, then you won't express it. But you keep saying that's who I am. And so that's what you express. Until you change the I am. Who do you say that I am? Well, I'm actually understanding. I'm actually forgiving. I'm actually, because this is what you can do to make that real for you. Say what you would have said, knowing that you are the person who's understanding.
Right. Okay.
And every time that event comes into your mind, you're saying, "Oh, well, actually, that's how I talk." But you say it how you would talk, because I would say, Well, actually, I said this. Actually, I did that. Actually, we didn't even have this conversation. Actually, this never even happened, because if it doesn't happen, then this can't be our situation, because it never happened.
Right.
I never sent the text. Right? Remember I told you about the cousin, the argument with the cousin? The argument actually never happened. I actually didn't say what I said, so if I don't say what I said, she can't say what she said. And we don't end up in this place because I didn't say anything. And since I didn't say anything, that cannot be the experience. Or you can say, I actually said this. Whatever, the thing that you can believe, right? The thing that you can believe, because it's all about what you accept as true. It doesn't matter if it's true, it's what you accept as true. That's all that matters. What you accept as true.
Right. Right. Okay. Right.
It's like, how would you have handled it differently? Handle it differently. Remember, time isn't real. There was no past. There is no future. The only moment you have is now.
Right. Exactly.
Right? And you get to create a new now. You get to create a new memory. Actually, this is what happened. Let me redact that scene, because I'm the author of this play. I'm changing the character, which is myself. I'm giving myself a new role, a new identity. I'm shifting the narrative. And he has no choice but to mirror back to you whatever you write into the story. Whatever role you're presenting in this relationship, he has to play the character and the version of the character that you write. Because he's going to confirm to you what? The change you've made. Not the change he's made, the change you've made. The mirror shows you what you look like, right?
He's just confirming to me what
you look like.
Yeah. 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 Right. But I was, like I said, I wasn't realizing it because I was so just caught up in how he was showing up. And I'm just like, well, see, I'm doing this, and because we had a talk and he just said that, I've never had a safe relationship. He said, I've had issues with people where it's hard for me to trust, and he was like, but he told me, he said, but with you, I'm willing to try that with you because I do value what we had. So when he said that, I'm just like, okay, good, like getting on the right path. And then it's like when we would have issues or whatever, I'm just like, I would be looking at him and I'm like, okay, but you said this, and like I'm being that safe space for you, like what, so like I would get so frustrated and confused, and yeah, but now I see.
Yeah, because you have in your mind how you think he should be instead of accepting him for who he is. Like, does he have to show up like you would show up? Are you in a space to receive him as he is? Without him not needing to be different in any kind of way. Because then you gotta ask yourself, do you really like him then? Because if you, and then this is what, and it's not just for you, it's for anyone who's in a relationship thinking that the other person needs to be different. You have to ask yourself, do you even like them then? Because what's drawing you to them if you trying to change them? Why are you with someone that you don't like who they are as they are? You need to, well, if they were just like this, if they could just be different in this, why they gotta be different so you could be happy? You're basically just saying you're not happy with you, and then trying to deflect and say they're the problem.
Like him, we've been dealing with each other for a year. Mm-hmm. If I didn't like him, I would have been left a long time ago. So
Are you trying to change him though?
Yeah. His
So then you
behavior,
don't
yeah.
like him. You like the him you want him to be. You don't like him. You like him as you want him to be. So as he shows up, no, you need to do this different. You need to do that different. No, and then you be the perfect man. Now let me create Frankenstein. Have these character traits, and then you be. But as soon as he becomes that, you're gonna find something else because it's not him that you have the problem with.
It's me. Yeah, no, I see exactly what you're saying. It's a me thing. It's a me issue. So because I could move on to somebody else and I'll still be looking.
Yeah, because I'd be like, is he a good guy? Does he treat you well? Those are questions you have to ask yourself. Like, why do I need him to be different so I feel good about this relationship?
But I need to feel good about, well, within me first. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, like my husband, he has the potential if. And that's what people be marrying potential or dating potential. I'm not building a man. This ain't build a bear. Because here's the thing. Do you want him coming in saying, well, no, Rain, you would be the perfect girl if you would just blank the blank blank. Fill in the blank.
Oh, hell no.
Exactly. That's what I want you to see. Exactly. Like, what?
Like, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Exactly. Like, so, but that's exactly what you're doing to him. Saying you would be the perfect guy if you were just whatever you got going on in your mind, whatever you're saying he's falling short of, whatever you're.
Because I've done it with other people. I've done it with family members where I did see them differently. I didn't like how they showed up a certain way, so I said, no, they're actually this way. And they showed up that way. So that's why I'm confused when you're saying I don't like him when I know I do, but it's just do I need to be changed? Not changing. Well, changing me, yes, changing my thoughts, my perception about him. Because isn't he just mirroring my perception about him anyway?
Yeah, but are you coming from a place of that is wrong?
No, I don't think it's wrong at all. I mean, that's the whole point of the law, changing it to the way you would like it to be.
Right, but here's the thing. So everyone is an assumption, right? Everyone is your assumption. So you're saying that you look for wrongness in people when you say, oh, I don't like that. I want them to be this way.
Oh, now she's calling me out like that. Dude. I didn't even realize I'd be doing that. Oh my god! Really,
but here's the thing: you can do that clearly, right? But isn't that a form of control? But I never said that it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not gonna say it doesn't work. Yes, it works so because it's done unto you as you believe, and you had a deep conviction that this thing would work. But then when the control isn't working in the way you want it to, now something has gone awry.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's my problem. You just made me realize what my
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying.
Well, the wrongness. You said when you're looking for the wrong, I realize, and I'm now realizing.
Because here's the thing, we all been there, Noreen. I'm not saying it like casting the spotlight on you. Like, we all do it. I did it. I had to change that about me. I do the same thing. I had to realize that, when I'm sitting up here saying, oh, they need to be this, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm looking for wrongness. Why can't I just say we got a great relationship just as we are? Yeah. I receive them, they receive me, and we live in our best life together. Why do I need them to be different?
That's where I want to be at. That's exactly how I want to move in my connections. Like, I don't want
because that was too draining trying to see people differently. Too much. That sounds like work. And you know, I'm about the simplicity of it. But it's not to say that's not a way or that it's even wrong. Because if it works for you, the thing is, you're saying it's not working now. Because you can continue as you were. You can continue to say, well, I just need him to be this way. And then if it's always on unto you as you believe. So if you can believe it, he will express it. So again, it's not wrong. But when you look for things to be wrong, you will always be trying to change somebody.
No, yeah, that's true. Because like I said, I realized that's what I've been doing. Even in friendships, you know, like I'm always looking for, like I had an issue like with when it comes to women in friendships, you know, I would always have an issue with jealousy. So I would go into connections unknowingly, of course, scanning for that, because realizing like that's what I was expecting, because I was always experiencing that. So like I couldn't just receive it like let it just be, because I'm like, I don't know, she probably fake, or she's probably this, or you know, so
right.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the people, let me make this correction. The people in your life weren't changing. You were changing your thoughts, and they were mirroring the thoughts about them that changed.
Right.
We don't change people. We change our thoughts about people, and they show up based on our thoughts that we've changed. So it's really, you're not seeing what's there because you decided not to. We don't see people as they truly are. We see them as we assume for them to be. You're only seeing your assumptions.
Right.
So remain faithful to your assumptions. Whatever your assumption is. Well, say that again.
I said you made me realize a lot today. That's why I felt guided to come on the panel. Because I knew that you were going to call me out on some things I wasn't even aware about, and I appreciate
it. It's not even about, it's just giving a different perspective, right?
Right.
But it's not to like say that you're doing anything wrong. So remember, you are the God of your experience. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that you're feeling bad about the thing that you're creating. And just want you not to feel bad about it. Just change it. You don't have to feel guilty about it. You don't have to feel, ashamed, remorseful, or regretful. All you have to do is change it.
Okay. Right. Okay.
That's all. Forgive yourself, because that's truly what forgiveness is. Seeing one state and letting that state go and being identified with the new state. That is true forgiveness.
And so what about our connection? Do I just assume that all is well?
What do you want?
I want to be with him. I want a relationship with him. That's what I want.
Okay. Why can't you have it?
Well, I guess I'm just not giving it. I'm not allowing myself to have it.
It's a beautiful relationship. You just have to write it in the story. You have to tell the story that it's a wonderful relationship, that it's amazing.
Right. Will do.
It is. I mean, to the point that you believe in and accept it, it will express itself in that way. Because you can have a conversation with him in your mind and never have to speak about it in your, physically. Everything that you want to say, that conversation can be within. And because you believe it, he will mirror that back to you. You do it and let it go. And then in a way you do not know, at the time you least expect, the person reaches out. And it's as though it never happened. Because here's the thing. You can't say it never happened and then try to bring it up. How you talk about something that never happened?
But what if they bring it up?
They wouldn't bring it
That's-
up. Not if it's not in your... So who's the operant power in this situation?
Okay.
Who's the God of this experience? They only bring it up because you write it into the script. Because if there's a part of you there, we got to talk about this. This is a way for us to be vulnerable with one another again.
And honestly, I'm tired of having these talks. You know, like feeling like I'm just tired. I'm pretty sure he is too. You know, and I'm just like, bro, I just want us to be on good terms. Because I know how we are when we're on good terms. Like, oh my God, it's beautiful. Like, we get along so well. We go on dates. Like, we just went to Six Flags last weekend, had a ball. You know,
Right.
and so it's just
if he reaches out, he calls and say, hey, you know, let's go to the Blase Skippy.
Yes.
Are you going to identify with the person that everything is smooth sailing, or are you going to be the person? First we got to talk about this. He can't be acting like nothing ever happened. I ain't going for that. I'm not going for that because how is he going to act like nothing ever happened and try to act like he didn't? Because which one is it?
Be doing that.
Huh?
Yep, you're right. I said I definitely be doing that because he'll come around and I'll be like, I'll call him out. I'm like, you just be popping up like everything cool, like everything is not cool. And he's like, are you serious right now? I'm like,
you be holding on to the like a dog with a bone, and you know, because you rather be right than happy. We have to be honest with ourselves. We want to be right than happy.
Right. My mom, but now that it's funny because it's like my mom, she would do this, and I would grow up looking at like just.
So it's conditioning, right? It's conditioning.
Yeah, it is because my mom would definitely do that, you know, and she one thing about her, she'll hold a grudge, and I'm realizing like especially her connections with people, you know, like she wants to have talk, she'll send paragraphs and all that, and I'm like, here I am doing the same shit, like oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. So now you just have to decide, what do you want? Do you want to repeat that, have that as a part of your? And again, I'm not saying it's wrong, but you have to decide that if that's the type of relationship you want. Because it's familiar. Like we be saying we don't want something, but it's because it's familiar. Yeah. Like I know how the story ends. This other part is unfamiliar. I've never experienced this before. And so familiarity breeds what? Contempt.
Your husband said if your mom did that to your dad, how did he react? They didn't even last. They were in their 20s when they were together. And my dad would tell me, they both have their own versions of how they were in their connections when they would talk to me. But from what he would tell me was, your mom always wanted to be in control of everything. He said, and I wasn't going for that. You know, but then my dad, he was the type at the time, he didn't want to settle down. My dad was still wanting to party, you know, and so my mom wasn't going for that either. So that caused a lot of friction in their connection, and they didn't last at all. So, but I just would hear my dad all the time tell me, like, your mom, like, if I would get into it with my mom and I'll go and vent to my dad about it, my dad will always say, that's the problem with your mom. She always wants to be in control of everything. And that's why
but here's the thing. We're going backwards, and that's their story. So.
Yeah, that's true.
That's their story. like you write your own story. Yeah, you're right. Because then you get into the weeds of it, of what somebody else's relationship was, and that's really none of your business. That was their thing. You're going to create, we got our own thing.
Yeah, because at this point it's giving therapy, because that's what they do. Like, well, how was your mom?
Yeah, like, no. That doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Nope. It's what do you want? Is what do you want? We've diagnosed it. You were conditioned. We all of us were though, so we didn't even have to like even go down that path because we all were conditioned. A lot of our relationships was based on what we saw from our parents,
Right.
and so now we have to decide: do we want to keep recreating those same experiences? And so if you don't want to keep recreating it, you have to do something different. What's the definition of insanity?
Um.
Keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Yes, exactly.
So you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna keep getting what you're getting.
Yep. I thank you for showing me the mirror today because I needed it.
You're welcome. We're here for you. We're here for you. We're here for you. Thank you for sharing this your story, your experience has helped a lot of us.
So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm gonna come back with a success story about
most
this.
Definitely.
Stay in tune.
Most definitely. We it's already done. Yes.
It's already done. Exactly.
Yes. Everyone gets to have their happily ever after. Like what?
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
And so we're going to go to the artiste. The artiste. Hello,
Hey,
love. How are you?
hey, Auntie Toya. Oh man, it's so good to be back on the panel today, listening to you. Oh my gosh, Lorraine, I love that you shared that, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that was a beautiful reminder for me too. You know, um, I did want to. I don't know if you wanted me to answer the prompt, or I know Latoxic had asked the question earlier too about what we're manifesting. So I'll go with either one of those if you want.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to answer the prompt. You can just talk about whatever.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, what I'm manifesting, I'm gonna be honest with you. Speaking of little relationships or whatever, I'm gonna spill some tea. Okay.
Okay.
So, I had just recently, less than a year ago, I split with my ex. It was definitely a mutual decision. But I realized after which that I had been doing a lot of the same things that I hear, a lot of us deconditioning from, which is the blame and the shame and the fear and having to forgive yourself. So I took a little bit of time or whatnot, and I was like, you know what? Let me sit down for a second and let me really look at who I am and what I'm bringing to this table and what I can honestly say I can bring to a relationship with another person. And all of the things that I had written down, like commitment, self-love, self-respect, like, even with my house, I was like, man, I want my house to be, when she walk in here, it feel like an Airbnb. You get what I'm saying? Like, I wanted to feel that good. And when I tell you all of those things, not only have I been intentional about like just speaking that into my reality, and this is why I say the success of it is beautiful. I have been where Noreen was. Trust me. But when you get to a point when I got to a point, let's speak for myself, when I really started seeing myself as the type of person that is deserving of a relationship that's lasting, that I am what I look for in my person, even if we're going to be different. If I'm showing up in this relationship, how am I showing up? You get what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, I still to this day be looking back and thinking back at some stuff like I know she didn't. And but I have to remind myself like that that was the lesson that I asked to learn so that I can evolve into the person that I am today. Even if I didn't realize that I was asking that in that relationship, because I used to always talk about in that past relationship, like, we got work to do. Like, we could be a power couple. Like, when it comes to this thing, we know how manifestation works. Like, let's be intentional. Let's full moon this, vision board that. You get what I'm saying? But I stopped doing that for myself. And that for me was a direct reflection of me giving my power away, or not thinking that someone else had to be a part of my journey to create the life that I wanted. So that was the realization for me. And don't get me wrong, I'm still definitely, open to relationships and things of that nature. But I had to find a different level of love for the parts of me that that I don't think I was honoring in that relationship. And that took a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you. It wasn't hard to do. For me, it took time. It took practice. It took reminding myself, you know, like when I tell you affirmations, I'm not gonna say that I say them all the time, but when something comes in my mind that I know I don't want to create, I'm quick to say cancel that. No, nope, cancel that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been crazy how. All right, and this is goes into my manifestation part. So I say about 2 weeks ago, I was talking to myself in my little meditation area, right? And the one thing that I said to myself, I was like, I noticed that these thoughts come through my head, but I'm telling my mind, my body, and my spirit that just because that thought comes in my head does not make it true. But my desires come effortlessly. And I'd say maybe about 3 days ago, something had came up in my mind where I was like, "Ooh, I could see that was one of those moments where I'm observing my thoughts and recognizing like, oh, I don't want that to happen. Cancel that." But as soon as I rewrote that script in my head, it immediately happened. The thing that I wanted. Um, and I'm talking. The crazy thing about it is, I was talking to my son, so I was a little low on funds or whatever, and I'm talking to my son, and I was just started thinking like, all right, he understands about manifestation too. So I was like, baby, if you had any amount of money in the world, baby, what would you do? Where would you go? And he was like, I go to New York and I'll take some pictures and I send it to the billboard. And I'm like, okay, cool. You know, just to pick his brain, get my little manifestation juices flowing, because I'm like, even if I'm not in that space, I want to keep that energy going. So I did. About 3 minutes later, my mom calls me because she puts my son on her taxes because obviously I'm rich and retired, so I don't have to do all that. But she puts him on the taxes or whatever. So long story short, 3 minutes later, after I'm asking him this question, trying to boost my energy, she calls me and like, hey, just want to let you know that the taxes are done and you should get this that back. I said, if it ain't a God, oh my God, if it ain't a God. I mean, but that's how real it is. Like that's how, I'm not gonna say strict, but that's how structured I've been learning to be with my mind and with my thoughts and stuff like that. Because it's like, you only got to tell me one time that this is my world. Like you only got to tell me one time. It may take me a little bit of practice. It may take me a little bit of mental manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of like remind myself who I am. But like, it's real. Like it really be happening. Exactly the way you say it's gonna happen. It was crazy. Like I'm still
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
I be in awe because like I started this mindset thing prior to you, but I was heavy in the the breakup stage of my connection or whatever. But when I listened to you and I learned how it's just as easy as making a statement, making a decision, and really just saying like, all right, no takebacks. I said what I said, no takebacks.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And then allowing it to happen. Like I love the simple things. I don't even need it to be all extravagant. Don't get me wrong, Lord. Don't get me wrong, God. I like the good stuff. But I'm big on seeing the quote unquote smaller things too, because that's, to me, that's like, it keeps fueling my fire. It keeps it's like those little reminders of who I am and how like easy this thing is. And I love that. I love that for me. I love that for us.
Yes. Yes.
And then I want to share one last thing. All right. So remember, I broke up with me and my ex broke up or whatever, but I manifested my ex. I'd been very intentional on this last relationship. I manifested her. I said I wanted her to be spiritual. I wanted her to be very spiritual. Now, she was spiritual, but whereas I'm a light person, she was like into like stuff that I'm not gonna say on this. I'm just gonna say it was a little darker.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
I was willing to, I heard what you said when you spoke to Noreen. He was like, are you willing to love someone or care about someone or accept them for who they are and all of who they are? Now, my mama wouldn't have liked that because she's heavy Christian. But me, I was like, that's your business. What you do is what you do. Don't go bringing nothing over here. And,
right. We cool.
We good. I'm not going to judge you. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't for me, that was a hard no, and I didn't allow myself to say a hard no. And I think that's the thing that I'm learning to do now is I'm not gonna rewrite something if I know for sure. I want you to be happy in what you're doing.
Right.
I just
Right.
ain't got nothing. I don't want to have something to do with that.
Right.
You know. So that for me, that's why I'm sitting my butt down, because I know what my hard no's are, and for me, that was just it. Like, and there's a few other things where it's like, I know that I'm writing this thing and creating it however which way I desire for it to be. So if that thing doesn't show up naturally, I'm okay. Be you, do you.
Yep.
I know the power of my mind is I can have the full package. I can have it all just the way that I want it.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? And I'm okay with sitting back and waiting for it to happen. You know, because now it's another level. First level, I passed it. All right, cool. I got the beauty, I got the brains, I got the spirituality. Now, when you said earlier too, you was like, you know what good is. Now I'm just trusting that I know what good is instead of finding some reason not to have good. You get what I'm saying?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I across this baddie yesterday. She might have it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sit my butt down full of it, but yeah, that's all I have.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, again, there's no wrongness in what anyone's doing or saying. You just have to decide what is it that you want. Do you want someone you have to make over? Because do you want someone to make you over? Don't make me over. How does song go, the artist? I know you know this song. Now that I do anything for you.
I have a question though about the
Yes.
making over part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what about, and this is just an example that I'm giving, what about somebody that has a horrible relationship or a bad relationship, like with their daughter or something, you know, and because I'm
But who's saying they have a horrible
confused.
relationship? Are we thinking whatever things are lovely and pure and noble? So when you just naturally say they actually have an amazing relationship with their daughter, and then let that be reflected back to you.
I just, yeah, it's just I'm getting I'm just gonna be honest. Like I get confused when you say, who do you know? Why would you want to make someone over? Because in my mind goes, but I thought, like, how does that?
It's a difference
tie into
between
reflecting?
speaking truth and then seeing wrongness. So the truth may be they don't have a great relationship, right? That may be true. But isn't that perspective? Aren't you the one saying that the relationship is not up to par? Because if someone comes and tells you, man, I'm having difficulty with my daughter and I want to make this right, what would you say? Would you agree with them, or would you say, well, no, you actually start seeing the relationship as you want it to be in a healthy space, right?
Yeah, I read a story the other day about a pastor who didn't have a good relationship with his daughter, and he went to God about it and prayed to God and asked him to change his daughter because she was very promiscuous and would drink a lot, and he didn't like that about her. So he went to God and asked God that, to change his daughter, and God told him, you need to change the way you see your daughter and stop treating her the way you see her and start seeing her differently. So the pastor began to speak lovingly about his daughter, and slowly but surely she changed her ways. So,
right. God didn't
it
change the daughter. What did God tell him to do?
You change your thoughts about your daughter.
Change your thoughts. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. You can think whatever you want to think about a person, right? You have the power to think whatever you want about a person. So why wouldn't you think the best of them? When I say that, say like you meet someone and they're not as tidy as you, right? They kind of like just leave stuff everywhere, but you're real tidy. OCD. Some people are like, hey, I'm OCD. I'm OCD. They don't even know what that really means, but they love to say, I'm OCD. I'm OCD. Like, dude, you just keep a nice, clean house. You ain't OCD, because we know what, overly compulsive disorder or behavior looks like, and you ain't that. But whatever. People want to come off like they just gotta have such a clean house when they just keep a really nice kept house, which is okay. But your partner is like, they're just in your mind disorganized. They leave their tidy whities everywhere. They, leave plates on the side of it, whatever. They just leave stuff wherever they left it. And so now this is a contention thing, right? Because I need you to clean up just like me. Instead of just saying that everything is in its place without having to have this conversation with the person. When you try to go to the person to change them, as opposed to seeing everything as you like it to be, are two different things. Because if I have to have a conversation with you to make you be the way I want you to be, that's controlling. Because you want it to be outside in. But if you can just decide the house is clean and it doesn't matter how it ends up that way, because they might just pay for somebody to come keep this shit in order. But you saying, no, you got to be the one to do it. When they could just pay for an organizer, have somebody come and clean the house 3 or 4 times a week. Right? The house still clean. But if you think it has to be your way or the highway, like it must happen this way, that's when you're going to have a contention. Because you're trying to decide the how. And so that now this becomes manipulation and control. And that is a way. I'm not saying that people don't do it now. People definitely manipulate and control situations by trying to strong arm somebody, give people ultimatums. If you love me, you would just keep the house up. Like, why are you so nasty? Like, sometimes you just gotta let people be themselves. If that's just too bothersome for you, then why are you with them? If that just bothers you so much.
Can I say something?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's a difference between wanting to be with someone at all costs versus like wanting the relationship that you want. And speaking for I can only speak for myself. Mm-hmm. But I feel like that's when I got caught up. I was like, I really was so focused on one particular person or whatever it was. And of course this happened like, throughout life and whatever. Instead of focusing on the type of relationship that I really wanted to be in and how I wanted my partner to show up. And that's where I got caught up because it was too much. It was too much for me. It was too much for me. Specifically me to try to, well, I want him to change this. I want him to change that. I want, it was a lot.
Yeah.
I got super unfocused on my own goals, my own things that I wanted to do. Thankfully, everything worked out in the end. But in my mind, it was just like, actually, it don't have to come in his size. It don't have to come in his color and shape and whatever. I don't have to get the purse off the shelf the way, it doesn't have to be him. It's just got to be what I want. And Toy was talking about like, sometimes you'd rather be right than happy. And to me, being right is being happy. Me being right is being happy. But all that to say, I would like to be right in my relationship, actually. Yeah.
But you know what I mean when I say right and
I know
happy. You
exactly
would
what you
rather
mean.
argue the point
Yeah, I know.
than to be happy. Like you would rather prove the
Totally.
point, right, than be
Yeah.
happy, right?
I 100% understand what you're saying. I'm like, yeah, you know.
But
and
you
I
can,
realized-
yes, you can be both right and happy. It like
sorry,
relationships
it was
were
a-
never supposed to be hard, but we make them hard
Right.
because we have this. I don't, we were like Anita Baker said, we waiting on this white man on the horse. I remember, what is it, fairy tales? Those stories. I used to know this song.
The deep cut. I don't know that one.
Things my mama said. She said he'd come to save me, take me away one night. I'll be so happy with him. He'll work me out of sight. We talk about happy endings of stories not like this. Said he slay all dragons, defeat the evil prince. Those stories true. Reality stepped into view. No more living lies in paradise. Those fairy tales. I just can't remember the words, but it's called Fairy Tales by Anita Baker.
I love Anita, so that was a deep cut for me.
Fairy Tales by Anita Baker, reminding you like this ain't, it could be a fairy tale, but we were told that a man is supposed to come and save us, and if we have a man in our life, that completes us, right? Like, and no, you should be complete. Two wholes should be come together, not two halves, right? Two wholes come together. I have my life, you have your life, and we're choosing to share it together.
Yeah. I want to say, I totally agree with that because that's a lot of my problem. And that's why I chose to sit down for a while because, because a lot of it is, it's a mirror and, you're looking for somebody to make you happy, but you're not really happy.
Yeah.
You don't know what makes you happy.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest hurdle is what, are you happy? Are you happy by yourself? That's the biggest thing. And a lot, like I look at like relationships that I had, and a big part of it is that I was looking for validation from these men, and I should have been validating myself the whole time.
Yeah.
I should have been like, no, I'm good enough, so that's that. I think it's just a life lesson.
It is for all of us, right? Like, it is on both sides. It's not just a woman thing. It's not just you're right. It's men too. Men, we all were seeking for other people to say we were good enough to be loved.
Right.
Like we have to know that from within ourselves that we are the prize.
And the more I was looking for somebody to love me, now I realize I didn't love myself. It was always within me. That love was me. Yep. I had to give that to myself, but what's funny is, I manifested a rich older man. Remember a couple months ago?
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, my TikTok friend said that I could just like write them out of the script. So I put that on you. So I just wrote them out of my script. You know what I mean?
You're funny.
Just use that as an excuse. Like, well, my TikTok friend said that I could just, if I don't like it, just, write it out. And it's true, the older I get, the more I realize that it's not that deep. I have everything within myself, I have everything, But I use that too much. Like I'll just write you out.
Mm.
You do something. It's like, okay, you get
Where
written
my
out
where my white
today.
out? Where my white out? Redact, redact, redact. Yeah, but like you said, Anna, the question is, do I love me? Do I feel like I'm worthy of all the things that I'm asking for? Have I spent time with myself to love on me? Because I draw who I am, not what I want. And so you want to make your wanting and your being marry each other so that you get what you want because it's who you are. You get the woman of your dreams, you get the man of your dreams, you get the partner for life or for a good time or a summertime or however long you want that time to last.
And it really is that easy. When I wrote that person in, it was at a point that I needed those resources. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I needed that.
Mm-hmm.
I needed those resources. And I'm grateful that I got to experience that. I'm grateful that I was able to have somebody that was like, don't worry about anything. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to worry about anything.
Because what did you show yourself? That you could get something for free. All they wanted was your time. Yes. That costs us nothing. Other than you got tired of giving it to them.
Yeah, that was the big thing when it was like, okay, you texting me and calling me first thing in the morning. No. No, I can't do that. I have to get up and get into my routine and get into my head, and you're texting. No, I got to write you out. But yes, that's what I learned. You can write people in your script. It is that easy. But what I've also learned is that I don't want to be like that. I don't want to bring people into my world and then when I don't like something or when I don't like what they're doing, quickly dismiss them because I don't want that for myself.
Right.
I don't want to be dismissed.
Right.
So that's one thing that it's like right now you just need to sit and figure it out. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah. Keith said all you have to do is put them on Do Not Disturb.
Period.
And then turn them back on when you at the time you wanted to. Like, oh, I was busy. I was I get to you when I get to you. Yeah, but like it is. There's no wrongness in it. It's your reality. It's whatever you say, and you get to change up the script at any time. You get to change it up at any time, and it's not about should I or shouldn't I. It's what do you want. And don't listen to nothing I'm saying. It's about what do you want.
And also, too, I think people, we put like a time, like, you're getting older. You're 54 years old and you're getting older, and I've also come to the realization that it doesn't matter. I could sit it out until I'm 60, and get back out there when I'm 60 or write somebody in when I'm 60. There's no time to it is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I know you watched the documentaries. Did you see the Rupert Murdoch documentary on Netflix?
Maybe Rupert Murdoch.
He's the one that started Fox. He started Fox, 21st Century Fox, right?
did see
He
him.
started the, you know, he had the Post and all of those tabloids overseas, because I think he was from
Yes,
Australia.
Australia.
I
Yeah.
was like, wow, how he was the one to help Reagan get elected, and then that's how Reagan changed all of the laws concerning who could own networks and publications, because there used to be a law you couldn't own a network and a publication in the same state.
Yeah, and you know what was interesting about him is he made his fortune peddling stories. And to me, because everything's a story, you know, he's shifted narratives and politics and everything, peddling his stories, being a good story writer. You know, it's the situation that we're in now. Them writing a narrative of about what we're going to believe, or so it's on a smaller level, on a micro level. It's the same thing in our life. What's the story?
Yep. Yep. He brought you know, he filled a void from his perspective. All the other networks were left leaning. Fox was right leaning. He wanted that conservative voice there. And so that's what he brought. He brought the television shows that the other major networks wouldn't put on in their lineup. It's just interesting. It's just like, you know, I watch it for the mentality of it. That's the whole, it's all about mind science to me, and how he thought, and how, you know, he, you know, manifested through decisions, through knowing who he was, understanding that in the society, the societal construct we have, money is seen as power, and he definitely used it to manipulate the reality he wanted to experience. Like, he used his money, which was his power, to change the laws to benefit him so that he could flourish in the American society. Because he became an American, he also had to be an American in order to get Fox and the Post, right? And so he became, you know, they say it took him like a day or so. They gave him whatever he wanted, because what? In this society, money talks. Money talks. And it just reminds you of just how made up this world is. And even though we have these laws and these rules, they are not etched in stone. That, you know, yeah, he used money, but we understand the law of mind, that all we have to do is see the life differently. Because everyone isn't always going to have the money that, you know, going to have billions of dollars where they could just pay this person off and pay that person off and pay this person off, right? You know, we have to decide what our life is going to be like by using the power of thought. This is what the great mystics, you know, we're great mystics too, but they were reminding us that everything proceeds with thought, and where there's a will, there's a way. Because just because the money ended up being the way, it was his will that was in place. He willed it so, and the money was just a means to an end.
And you know, like when you look at when people say things like magic and stuff like that, and conjuring and stuff like that, conjuring spells and blah blah blah. But I think what it is, like, the magic is your creating. That is the magic. And conjuring conjuring is your thoughts, what you're conjuring up, what you're thinking, what you're creating. And yes, it is interesting to see those men, those titans, as you call them, or as you would call them, have the ability to conjure, you know, their thoughts and change things and manipulate things through peddling stories, you know, like Fox New York Post, if you look at like the New York Post and stuff, New York Post, like he said, was specifically for older white men. What older white men, he knew what older white men would want to see.
Yep.
You know, crime in New York City. You know, women with big boobs on Fox News, lots of legs, blonde hair. So he knew that, you know. So
and it was funny that when you know, at the end when they talked about, you know, Trump's presidency the first time and how Murdoch was against him and Trump didn't care. He knew who his constituency was, and it was fundamentalist Christians who were prejudiced. Right? They were God and country. And it was all about leaning into that and saying everything they thought out loud.
Right. And
nobody was off limits. The disabled, women. He didn't lean too much. He kind of dog whistled the blacks because he didn't really lean into that. Like, you know, but he kind of, because I was like, oh, he stole from Reagan's playbook. Because Reagan said, I didn't even know he said that because I go back then, 1980. I'm young then, right? I'm barely 8 years old in 1980, 84, when Reagan became president. But they showed a part of his speech. He was the one that originally said, "Make America Great Again." Yeah. Trump took that from Reagan. And he just expounded upon it, just blew up because now he's in a time of social media, right? We have all, you know, you get information you can get information or news in an instant. Reagan didn't have that at that time, right? So, you know, some people probably, you know, other than if you was your, you know, grandpa, somebody probably, you know, if they was into politics or whatever, probably remember that Reagan, you know, said that. I had no idea until I watched that that documentary the other day. I was like, oh, so Trump isn't original. He didn't come up with that. No, Reagan came up with that.
Reagan was the heir of welfare queens, that whole era. And it's interesting because as much as people hate Trump, he is very crafty. He is very on the pulse of what his people want.
Yeah.
You know, he's very, he's almost like a content creator. And that's why, like, it's one thing after another that happens.
I think he understood because he was in Hollywood like Reagan. They understood that politics was all a show.
It's just a show.
It's a show. It's all a game. It's like Hollywood. It is very theatrical. It's full of trauma. Theater. Yeah, political theater, and they leaned into that. They knew, you know, it was just like, you know, that's why you got to be so unserious with this life. You just got to be so unserious, and we really do have to tap into that intuition that we all have, you know, and you have to be like, look. This consciousness that we talk about, the source of all things, we really have to lean into it. It's not a respect of persons because we have been conditioned to think it favors someone, right? And in this country, we have been conditioned it favors a white straight male. We got to let that mindset go and stop thinking that the world is somehow not in our favor because of these societal constructs.
Well, let me ask you this. What if all the shit, you know, because it's been a shit show, but what if he's really been good for the consciousness and the awakening to see that it's all
I think he
brought to light, you know, to show that.
I mean, the sleepers are not going to see it. The sleepwalkers are not going to see it. We, as the awakened walkers, can see it. We can see that he's talking manifestation. We can see that he's utilizing the power of thought and the power of the mind and
And being a
manipulating
mirror,
reality with his spell cast. And we can see it, right? But
right?
we know we don't fall under the spell because we see through it. Well, I hope we see through
Right.
it because I don't really watch news. Because when I started on this path in 2018, which would have been 2 years after his presidency, right? And even then, when he started, I was like a Bernie support. I was like, man, why people can't see what Bernie trying to do? Bernie trying to show us that we can have the things that we complain about. We're already being taxed. They didn't want the insurance to go in the hands of the government. But y'all like everything else going in the hands of the government. Our public school systems, the fire departments, our police department, all of that is government funded. And now you want to say that medical is off limits when you're already being taxed? You have deductibles, you have co-payments, you have, like you're already paying these things. We should have universal health care in this country. But it didn't really affect me personally because, my husband works for a really good, he's union, and we have really good health care. That was not going to be an issue for us. It's really good.
And I
He's
think
one of
too,
the unions that's still standing.
I think too, like when you look at it as political theater, yes, if there's terrible shit going on, all around the world, in this country, whatever. But when you just look at it for what it is, that it's just theater,
Yeah.
And it's acting, it takes the pressure off of me knowing that regardless of whatever happens, I'm going to be okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be just fine. It's not going to affect me. Yeah. You go put gas in your car and you see an increase, whatever, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, but, as a whole, it's not going to affect me. I'm going to be okay because they've been playing the same game and they've been running the same numbers all the way back to the Roman Empire. I mean, it's the same thing over and over and over.
It doesn't matter what time, like when you watch like these timepieces of American history, right? It's the same. I don't care. It's like Bizarro World, right? It's like they're talking about the same thing in the 70s, in the 50s, in the 1800s. Ever since they had a government and presidency, they've been talking the same thing. Recessions, inflations, depression, right? It's been the same narrative throughout.
And then you sprinkle in a little religion for a little razzle dazzle.
Yeah.
You got.
And you just got to decide that no matter the times of society, no matter what the times are going on, that you will benefit from it. That's why we say this walk isn't collective. It's an individual walk. As much as we want other people to see what's going on, if they're blinded, they're just not going to see it, no matter how much you can try to show them. That's how I realized, like, you have a lot of people saying, well, we got to wake people up, or what if people don't understand? We got to say it in a way that they can understand. What I say to that, which is why I say I don't come down to you, I lift you up to me, because that's what true forgiveness is. Why am I going to come down to you and identify with the state you don't want to be at? So am I identify with the state you don't want to be at? Or am I going to lift you up out of the state? I can lead you to the water. I can't make you drink it, though. Can't make you drink it. I can tell you what you need to do and how you apply this truth, but I can't make you know it. That's something you're going to have to desire to do. We have Mia up on the scene. Hey, Mia, how are you?
Hey, hold on. I thought you were gone.
Which
You're not on vacation yet?
Sunday.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I'm in a bit of a funk. I'm just trying to manifest good energy,
Okay.
peace within myself. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Nothing's wrong with you.
I don't know.
You got to stop saying something's wrong with you.
Mm-hmm.
You got to stop saying it's a wonderful life. You know what I think? Sometimes we get caught up in a loop, like because nothing's going on, we think something's wrong. You got to be okay with being bored. You got to be okay with being like, bills paid, good job, good, I'm loving myself, dating, life is good. Like there's no,
I'm tired of dating. That's what I feel about dating. Where's the camera on this thing? I'm on my iPad because my phone broke.
Oh,
here we go, Mia. Somebody find me a husband.
Do you ever do those speed dating things they be having on these?
Yeah.
Oh, you do.
Followers up.
You do.
That's how I got that Chris Sales follow. But it's kind of for fun, and it's kind of for I use it for like me being comfortable, social, dating, kind of like, but I don't take it super serious on TikTok. It's just kind of fun to do. And it's a good way to kind of be out there socially and kind of give my channel awareness. But I don't like it. Find me a husband, Toya. You and Cisco.
You already got him.
I'm an eligible bachelorette. I'll send you my stats.
Okay, so you want to be married. That's what you want. Yes. Now that you're married, now that you are that person.
And I don't care anybody in here saying I'm male-centered. I am.
Yeah. No, I don't even care about that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be married. Like, what we doing? Like,
I am independent. I make
no. Yeah. I'm about to ask you to get you in the state of being married. I was about to ask you, since you are married, what does that look like for you?
Ooh, what does it look like? So we are peaceful. We are happy. We are traveling. He is fine. I am fine. We are healthy. We are having great, amazing sex regularly. We not having no babies.
Okay, so what side of the bed do you sleep on?
I sleep on the left side.
Do you sleep on that side every night as though somebody else is in the bed with you?
Well, I sleep horizontal. Don't judge me. I sleep horizontal in my king size bed.
Okay, but you're married now, so how do you sleep?
When I'm married, I like to
sleep on the left side.
Not when. As a married woman, I like to sleep on the left so that I can hug on my husband on the right.
Okay.
And I like him to rub my back though when I turn over.
So are you someone who visualizes to manifest, or are you someone who kind of like, what is your style of manifesting? Like, it's something that you want, you can have it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's no plan B.
I envision. I do. Okay. I envision life as I want it, as it is in my daydream. Like as I fall asleep, I just envision.
Oh, that's beautiful. So as we're falling asleep, you have 2 options, 3 options.
And I'm listening to you a lot. Sometimes fussing at people. Sometimes you be getting on people. I turn on you sometimes.
So you have 3 options. This is the 3 options.
Yeah.
You envision yourself laying on the left side of the bed, saying, "Oh, good night, honey, love you. Have a great sleep." Whatever you would say to your husband as you go to sleep, you're envisioning that. You can couple that with also sleeping on the left side of the bed, or you can
Yeah.
continue to sleep horizontally, because it's not what you do physically, it's what you do mentally. But those are
Yeah.
your three options.
Yes.
Visually see it, couple, or just lay on that side of the bed,
Mm-hmm.
or do them together. So it's actually four things. Or continue to lay as you were
Okay.
and see it.
Because
And
I
do it and
think,
play that out in your mind. Play it out in your
okay.
mind, right? Envision you're laying on the left side, and whatever you would be saying to him. You could even play with the ring on your finger. Like, man, you did
Look,
that. You did that, boo. I can't even keep my eyes on, like, hey, you
Hold on,
did,
I
man, you
still got
did.
my old wedding ring. I can't sell it back. What I do?
And you can put
I
it
don't want to put
on.
the
You
old
put it
one
on
on.
as you
I
go
ain't
to
putting that old
no,
one on.
as you go to sleep. You don't have to. I'm just saying to play with
We
it.
ain't gonna put the old one on.
Okay, to play with it, because it only means whatever you say it means. So it only means whatever you say it means. So if you feel like no, yeah, I mean, you can pawn it or you can sell it. Go to a
I
jeweler.
can't because I got my because I had just celebrated 10 years. I was married 11 years.
Okay.
So I got a nice big juicy one.
Okay.
Right before I got divorced.
Well,
But
you don't want to put it in like in a necklace or something.
I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna sell it on OfferUp because the way it's made in one big joint.
Okay.
And I got it from Zales, but the way it's made, I can't sell it back. It's very hard to sell back. Like I was trying to take it to a place. So I'm gonna probably have it melted down or made to something else. I'm not a big jewelry wearer. My only piece of real jewelry was always my wedding ring.
Got you.
Everything else
Okay.
is fashion jewelry. So I don't really wear expensive jewelry other than like my wedding ring. And this ring is like my mom's ring. My dad gave my mom this ring. When they were
Okay.
dating.
Okay.
So yeah, but yes. So I'm gonna envision my man. I'm gonna do that. Because I think my cat knows I want a husband. Because he been sleeping with me. Let me tell you. My cat act like me. So I'm a very like cuddle sleeper. So my cat now sleeps up on me. Like he gets on me. And my cat never was like that.
Okay.
Like he was never like that, a cuddler. But as soon as my girl cat passed and I started letting him sleep with me, it's like he wants to cuddle me. He'd be like, come on, let's go to bed. Like at my bedtime, my cat knows my bedtime. He'd be like, let's go to bed. And when I go to bed, he gets on me and he cuddles me. And then when I turn over, he'd be like, I want to see your face. Like it's weird. My cat, and he's a boy. I don't know, but I need a man in that place. He gonna have to get out.
Yeah. And then some people, do the place settings. I mean, like make it fun. Like when you're cooking or you're about to eat a meal, what would you do? Would you all be eating together? Would you prepare his plate? Like do all the things, but have fun with it, right? Like not like it's a chore, like this is something you love. Again, you're playing a character, you're rehearsing, but you can do this in your mind too. Like since you said you more envisioning things, envision the life that you would have, because that's something you naturally do. So this isn't a chore for you because this is who you are. You daydream about life. So daydream, envision the life you already have, which is you're already married. So it's no, I need a husband. I'm looking for a husband. I'm married.
And I don't want to look. I don't want to.
I mean, if that ends up being the way you bring your husband into your experience, it's not going to be something that you would say. It would just something you would naturally do. You will be led. You'll be led to do it. It won't come with resistance or judgment from a negative space. It'll come from judgment as, oh, this feels good to do. I remember I said I would never, go on this or do this app or go to a bar. I said I would never, but I don't know. I just feel led to do it. And, not that you think that something's going to happen, but just that it just feels good to do so. Like it feels easy.
And I'm not against apps or any of that because I met my ex-husband on Black Planet.
Okay.
Way back in the day. But it's just, I think one of my personal hangups, I think, is my age. And there's a part of me that's a little scared that I'm not going to find love again.
Oh, well, I was older than you when I met my husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in my early 40s.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say I was older than you, but I was about your age. Cause I'm 53 now. We've been together. So yeah, it's about 41.
And it's a different game when you're.
But here's the thing, girl. Wait a minute. Let me tell you. It's not a different game because I had 3 kids.
Yeah, and
so if I had 3 kiddos, 3 kiddos.
Yeah. But these men be acting like they want to put a baby.
How see, you speaking against your desire. You speaking against your desire. The husband for you loves you just the way you are, and they're not going to want you to be something different. Your husband is made just for you.
I've never received reciprocation before. So I've never received the love fully that I've given back 100%. I did a taste of it, and I I scrapped that up. But I want it.
So you have to tell a different story though. You can't say we can't think from the past. You can't let past experiences define future realities. You have to live from the now. So it's what do you want, not what you've experienced. What do you want? Oh, I want someone that loves just as hard as I do, that adores me, chivalrous, does all the things, considerate, nice, romantic, whatever it is that you want. They're all the things. They're all the things. They're all the things.
And you're so right, because I tend to attract what I am in a sense. So like I'll attract men who are more temporary.
Mm.
Because I don't feel like things are permanent.
Yeah, I was in that same space. Yeah. You're in the space that I was, but I had to do the mindset shift. So which means you have to do the mindset shift. You have to, you have to realize, oh, I'm drawing into them. I'm drawing to me the thing I don't want because that's what I focus on. I don't believe I can have it. So I'm settling. A shift has to take place where you have to stop settling and compromising because you don't think it can happen. You have to decide, I deserve this. Because I'm this. I deserve it. Like, that's what I had to do. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. I'm a good woman. I'm a good woman. A good woman deserves a good man. I had never said that to myself before. I was so busy wanting to be chose instead of doing the choosing.
Yeah. And you're so right. It's just and I'm not a big social media, like I'm 42, so I live in a different world. But you hear so much about, it's almost like you have the audacity to act like you have a choice.
You do.
It's like I do.
Who's telling you don't got a choice?
It's like I do.
Girl, you better get off them internet streets with this. You got to do a U-turn like toxic. Like you got to get off that side of TikTok.
Yeah.
You got to get off that side of TikTok. Cause man, they would swallow you up and spit you out, and will have you by yourself the rest of your life. You cannot listen to these people. You gotta turn off the noise. Like, and when hindsight's from being 2020, so I realized what I was doing when my mindset shifted. So like I read a couple of books. I'm really into the dating shows. I still watch the dating shows. I love people finding love. Like that's just my thing. I'm like, oh, I love it. Oh, this is gonna be such a good girl. Oh, I don't know about that. Like I love those type of shows.
Do you watch The Ultimatum?
No, but they have this new show about, I guess it kind of reminds me of it's probably a spinoff from the same creators of Married at First Sight and Love is Blind, because it's called something about age, where you can't tell your age.
Oh.
And so they got almost the same process. So they all is like 25 men, 25 women. They're all on like this island and they're all doing like this speed dating. They're all going on these group dates and all this type of stuff. And then you're supposed to come to the room with the rings to decide if it's a match. And then that's when you reveal your age. And then you leave the island and go in real life and live together. So I'm like, this sounds very just another spin on those other two shows. You know,
I need to find
I've
out
only
what that
watched
is.
like I haven't watched a lot of it. I only watched like maybe the 1.5 episodes, but
Yeah.
it's on Netflix too. So I'm like, I wonder, is it the same creator that thought of Married at First Sight and is Love is Blind, you know? So yeah, they have nobody can tell there, but of course you can tell who's like really like in their 20s and who may be in their 40s, but they
Yeah.
can't really, they're not supposed to tell their age.
I would fool some people though, because I feel like sometimes in the dating world, I may come off younger because sometimes I feel like I'm a 20-year-old dating as a 42 because I didn't date. So I met my ex-husband at 21. And
Girl,
he took-
age ain't nothing but a number.
so I've never done this. So doing it at 42 with other people 35 and up is and it's so, and I'm very positive about love. You know, I think men are amazing creatures. I think women are amazing. So I don't have a negative outlook as far as men and that whole men against women thing. I think people are people. But I ain't gonna say them data points I'm collecting is getting kind of sketchy. But I'm still positive because I know I'm a great woman. So I know that there are great men out there who are still looking for love. It's just that I can't figure out why I sell myself short a lot.
Okay.
And I've dated guys, and like sometimes guys will be like, why is it so hard for you? Like I was talking to a guy who was a cop and he was trying to figure out a way how to ask me out. And I was like, man, bye. Lame ass. How you a cop and you ain't got enough guts to ask me out? You shouldn't be a cop. I'd be scared of you. You need to have some balls. If you a cop, you can't ask me out on a date and you out here saving lives and risking yours. Ugh. So I had to block him everywhere because I don't want no man that's scary.
Right.
Scary ass on. Right. But to me, I'm just like, why you can't just ask me out? That's weird. I ain't nobody. Just ask me out. So I run into that issue.
Well, you
don't know.
you just gotta learn how to be like, okay, well, that person's not for me, and just move along. Like, okay, he didn't fit the bill. On to the next one. Right? Like,
You only need
like
one.
here's the thing.
Only
Once you
one.
go ahead,
I
Latasha.
just want one.
I was gonna say you only need one. Everybody is not gonna fit your bill. You only need one good, person
Yeah.
to fit you.
But what I'm hearing is that you haven't truly decided because you're saying you keep giving me all the reasons why it's not happening. And I'm telling you it has, but you keep telling me why it's not. So I need you to like pick a lane and stay there.
Yeah. And you're right, because I sabotage. Because soon as somebody start liking me, I be getting the
See, look at you. See, look at you.
Soon
Now
as
you talking
somebody
about sabotage and everything, girl. You gotta change the story. You gotta change the story, but it's cool. You know, I think you gotta just make it more fun, lighten it up, right? And date without having an expectation of marriage. Just say, because okay, like when I met my husband, there was no expectation of marriage. I just wanted to experience a good relationship. I just wanted to prove to myself that I could bring a good guy into my experience. And it ended in marriage. But that was not what, it wasn't, oh, I need to be married. I'm looking to get married again. Oh, my first marriage. Blah, blah, blah. No, it was, I deserved a good man. And I just wanted to see what that felt like. And then it just ended in marriage. That's what it was. There was no, because my first marriage was, I was 30 by that time and I wanted more children. So it was more of a kind of a desperation type thing. Mm-hmm. And this time I was like, nope, not. I'm just deciding that I deserve this. And okay, now this is happening because I decided, and there was no plan B. There was no other options. Yes. It had to be that. And it was instant, and we knew instantly because we were just so easily to be ourselves. Like we knew that we could be ourselves 100.
And I think for me, that's what it is. And I think that's
because I'm at a point where I'm only marrying for love and companionship, right? I'm not marrying to build a family, to start a family like I was in my 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm simply going to marry you because I really like you
Mm-hmm.
and want to spend my time in life with you, and vice versa. So it's not for any, financial support. Yeah, I would love to be a helpmate. Yeah. I don't want to be LeBron no more. Can I come off the bench, please? Please. Please, can I come off the bench?
I would say focus less on what you don't want, because you will get it.
Yes.
And just focus on good guy, great guy, however you want to say it, the great guy. And all that a great guy entails will show up.
Yeah.
All that a great guy entails will appear.
Yes. And my focus is on me being great.
Well, you're already great, right?
Yes. And just knowing it every day.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, I didn't have to convince myself that I knew I was good. Like, what? What?
I don't know. Some of these people that creep in my DMs, I'll be like, am I great? Why are you here?
Because my greatness isn't dependent on another person's assumption. My greatness is dependent upon my assumption.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for validation. I don't care if you don't see it. The right one will. And the right one did.
Period. Thank you. I'm going to land my check.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, Magnetic, how are you? Then I come to you, A-Town. Hello, Magnetic, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Great.
Hi, everyone. I'm with Mia. I'm with my man.
My man. I ain't mad at you.
My man.
I'm not mad at you. So, knowing yourself, what is your way of manifesting? Because I know everybody got their own little thing that they do. What do you do?
I haven't grasped it. Like, I'll do affirmations. I do visualizations. I do, like, subliminals. But I haven't kind of found my niche yet.
So you've manifested from all of those experiences? Okay. Yes. So that's what you do. So you saw that all those work. You can put them all together, right? So as you're going to sleep, you got the subliminal about, so what would you say subliminally about, so like, are you going to maybe going to say, here's someone congratulating you. Who will be really excited that you got married?
My sisters.
Do you think you could voice record them saying, "Oh, we're so happy for you, congratulations"?
Yeah, I can get them to do that.
Okay. So so that'd be your subliminal.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. And so your visualization is I don't know if you want to do the same thing I told Mia, or you can imagine you on your honeymoon. You're on your honeymoon, and what side of the bed are you sleeping on?
I'm already sleeping on the right side of the bed because I know my man sleep on the left side.
Okay, so you're in your bridal suite.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And make it. You wake up. This is how you're going to go to bed at night before you play your subliminals, right? Or how your subliminals in the background as you're going to sleep. Falling asleep in his arms, and maybe imagining that you walk out to the window and you have a beach, oceanfront view at your destination, wherever you went on honeymoon, and just go to sleep in that state, and imagine playing with your ring.
Well, I do have a ring that I put on, and
Okay.
I do have for that. Okay, so here's my thing: it's daytime. When it gets daytime, or like it's one of those things that my logic mind come in and like, girl, girl, you being delusional. I'll be sitting there talking to someone, and they'll be like, girl, but like now, like lately, I've been having like this conversation about like me being in a relationship. And so yeah, those are the things that I've been conversating about. And
Do
I
you
got
feel you
almost
deserve it?
yes, I do.
So
Okay,
why do
so
you care what that people call you delusional?
uh I sometimes I care, sometimes I don't. So like
Then
it's
maybe,
like
okay, so maybe don't tell them.
yeah, okay.
Because you're not strong enough to receive your doubt. Because they're just reflecting you back to your doubt.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
this is where you're going to have to hold your peace and
but I
have
get
these
pretty
conversations
excited.
in your mind. Have these conversations in your mind. Right?
Okay.
And
Mhm.
then when you feel like you can handle it, then you can go back. But you know, right now, you can't handle it. You can't handle that you haven't fully embodied. You know, because I remember when the first time I got married, I was in a church. And of course, a lot of single ladies, right? And I was like, I don't care what nobody say, I'm getting married. I don't care what I'll tell every, and they start coming out like roaches, like out of the woodwork. A guy that when I used to work downtown Chicago. I used to work at the Chicago Board Options Exchange, and I used to take the Metro, and it's this guy. Every time I would come past, there's my wife, that's gonna be my wife, that's gonna be like he would just say this every day. And I'm like, dude, stop. That wouldn't even be my type, right? And then everybody was trying to hook me up in the church. Everybody was just trying to fix me up or whatever. So it was like I always knew I would get married. Like it was no doubt in my mind. The problem is I wasn't too keen on who I should be marrying. I was too focused on being married and not marrying the right type of person.
Right.
Because I didn't realize that I had all of these insecurities. Like you know that you have insecurities, but but at that time I don't know nothing about manifestation. I don't know nothing about, I'm thinking like, oh, that's gonna go away when I get married, or that's gonna go, but that itch don't go away. It's
I want
magnified.
to tell you the story, but then I don't want to be like. I have this specific person that I deem to be my husband.
Okay.
Like that is my husband. Okay. And so the thing is like it was close. Like I almost got it. Like I thought that I'm completely sure that it was the commitment. Like the words that he came out of my mouth. Come find out it wasn't. It was like a misconstrued. So I'm like, what happened into my manifest? Like what happened? Like I was excited. I was like, I manifested, and then boom. And I don't know if it, and then I realized this morning that, girl, it was you. Remember that day that you was laying in the bed? Remember that day you was laying in the bed and you kept rehearsing this same thing, like over and I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Like it, so like manifestation, like I know that I embodied it. Like I literally, and I manifest like every day. And so like that's what made me realize, like, girl, you manifest every day, but you need to be aware of the conversation that you have in your head. Like literally. And so I'm like, so did that draw me back from my commitment?
I mean, clearly you must have been double-minded, and it's always the dominant belief that wins. So if you're imagining other than what you want, and that what you want hasn't been impressed, it's going to be the dominant belief. So it's something that was in you that didn't believe that this was true.
What is funny is that this is funny. Don't y'all just me, but I had said, okay, I want my commitment. I was like, I'm getting my commitment. I'm giving my commitment. But like one of the conversations that I was having in my head was like, it's okay if he take like 6 months to like kind of figure himself out, and we work slowly, and he still talks to other people, and I'm like, that's the conversation.
That's what you wanted?
Yes.
No, I'm saying that's what you wanted.
Why would you say that you want to come in? But this is like me trying to like the logical thing is settling. Like, what if he doesn't? That was my mindset. I'm just telling y'all for real.
Right. I get it. So you were giving him a plan. You were giving him a plan B.
I had my plan B.
Yeah, you had a plan B.
I had my plan B.
You gotta let go of the plan Bs. There's no other option.
And so guess what? He did that.
He did exactly what you. Wow. Well, at least you know, right?
But
So you know you got to go back to the editing room.
Right, like, okay, let me choose again. Okay,
let me rewrite this story.
Exactly. And I'm excited. Like, I got this. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. I'm letting everybody know, like, yeah, girl, I'm off the market. I got my man. And we sit in the car and literally we had this conversation and he just blurted out everything that I rehearsed in my head.
Wow. So tell you the power of your thought, girl.
The power. I'm like, that only, you know what? You funny.
But that means you can rewrite it. Yeah.
I'm like, you're funny. You like the I am has a funny way of showing some stuff to you. Don't be playing with me. Stop playing with my mind like that.
The I am is just your genie in the bottle. You wrote the script and they said I would do your will.
No, because most of it was I want my commitment. And and then you gonna give me my plan A. You should have gave me my plan A, not my plan B. How you gonna choose plan B for me?
Because you really identified with that state. No, it's okay. Yeah, if he wants, you really identify with. Don't be blaming. Don't. We can hear it in your voice. The way you were talking, all soft, all like, yeah, I guess it'll be okay. 6 months. Let me hear him committed. He could date other people. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I was like, what is you talking about, girl?
Yeah, but it has to be a part of you that don't think this is real. Like this can really happen for you. Yeah, because why would you say that?
It is a part of me that doesn't believe. Some part of me doesn't believe that he can actually commit to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Based on past patterns and things like that, and then based on what my last husband was saying and what other people say about how many kids I have, it's a lot of things that goes into play with that. So I'm working on that too. I affirm these things. I'm more than enough. I have this. Yeah. But it's partial of that is the belief. Absolutely.
Yeah. Girl, don't worry about that. They're gonna love you and your tribe, your children. Because you a package deal. You are a package deal.
Yeah.
And they're gonna all of it. So yes. It's every pot has a lid. It's just that, man, just gotta get out of your own way. Get out of your own way.
Absolutely. I think it's just a mind thing, because even when I affirm, it's old thoughts come in and be like, girl, this is what just happened. This is what you got. And so the logic mind kind of pulls in. Yeah. And I'll be like, no, shut up. Don't say that. But then sometimes I fall into that loop or repeating the memories and the things that other people say. And then I fall into conversation. Men will give you conversation. Men will tell you some stuff. You'll be like, especially if they coworkers and they just friends with you, they'll literally try to give you advice and be like, well, that man really didn't like you and da-da-da-da-da. Men out here really don't like a lot of women with kids and this like that. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to listen to that, but you shut up.
It don't matter what men like. It's only what matters is your man, what your man likes. None of that shit matters. It's not a cumulative. This is not a progressive test where, every man that you date or whatever, he feels and somehow that affects the man that you end up with. That has nothing to do with anything. Nothing. So it doesn't matter what you're attracting or what the fuck is going on over there. That is not your man and it don't fucking matter. He's not your man.
That man might not be with the fuck. He might not whatever. But none of that fucking matters because that's not gonna be your man. You want your man, of course, to care about your kids. So fuck what they're talking about. None of that matters. And I've seen many a man play captain. You know, let me take care of this family. So that's the bullshit. I don't know. I never seen that. I never seen it. My brother is a very, very good man, has a whole girlfriend. She has kids. You know, he's got a good job. You know, he's a fireman. You know, like there's a whole bunch of men out here dating and committing to women with children. I just want to say that. And I don't have any kids to say that. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank
I mean,
you.
I had 3, so. And they never that never entered my mind that because my mom had 3 when she married my stepfather too. So that has never been like a stumbling block for me where I was like, oh, somebody not gonna want me because I have children.
And my mom had 2. She had never had any problem getting married. Still married today. So I don't know what the people are talking about. It's a whole bunch of manners. You see, that's where I get my.
Yeah, but when you seek out people's opinions, they're just gonna reflect back to you what you already thinking. So if you're thinking that he having second thoughts because he's not ready to take, you know, he doesn't really want this responsibility of a family, you know, then they're gonna agree with that. You know, here's the thing: when you've made a decision, you don't care what other people think. So this is how I know you haven't made a decision, because you're still trying to get other people to agree with you. Because when you made a decision, it doesn't matter who agrees with you or not. You're not seeking for validation outside of yourself.
But the man that wants you isn't going to care that you have kids because he's going to be for you. So all the men that supposedly have a problem with that don't matter, because the perfect man that's made just for you is not going to care about that.
That's it.
I receive. Thank y'all.
You're welcome.
I receive.
Yep.
I'm decided. I'm deciding. Yes. Period.
Yes.
No more plan B's in my head.
You can look at celebrities. Sierra had a kid. The Bezos girl, whatever her name is, she had a kid. Marjorie Harvey had kids. There's a whole bunch of women out here with kids get married to good men, or at least roll off men. So that's a lie. I call bullshit on that. I'm sorry.
Yep. That's it. So, hey, just rewrite that story. That same story you told in your head. Rewrite it. Give yourself a different memory. Redact it. Go back to the editing room.
I'm doing that, and I can't wait till me and Mia have our success stories.
Yes. We're looking so forward to it. Enjoy.
Wait, Sienna too.
I'm gonna meet my husband in Chicago.
Oh, Sienna too. Yes, see, make sure you enjoy the courtship. Make sure you enjoy the courting of you.
Courting, you got to find a man that know how to court first, Toya.
See, here you go.
I'm sorry. I'm going back
When I say courting, I'm saying they're romancing. Like, isn't your husband going to be romancing you and doing okay? So what are we talking about? Enjoy.
My husband's not going to worry about taking me to Chili's and going 50-50 on a triple.
Oh my God.
You are funny, Mia. You are so funny. Maya's funny. All right, A-Town. We got a male perspective over here.
I believe him to come up here.
Like, what? Is he gonna join? Are you gonna say something, A-Town? Unmute. What you got to say? Gonna set these ladies straight. You a single guy, single lady, single guy. What you got to say?
Well, first of all, I think everybody's in the editing room tonight. That's facts. But Sue, I appreciate, just the transparency, you know what I'm saying? Because it's real out here in the field, and just being able to be conscious or aware, however you want to put it. Um, you do kind of see things from a different perspective. Like, okay, hold on, I want somebody like myself. I want somebody on my level. I want somebody, and then you kind of like, okay, well, how do I go about? Because it gets a little bit more personal. You know what I'm saying? Because now you got butterflies. You don't want to get your feelings hurt. You don't want to go through the BS. You know what I'm saying? There's just so many other things.
Oh, so you go in with already failure in mind.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I'm just saying in general when it comes to relationships.
But no, I'm
of the
saying, well,
opposite
how
sex.
do you feel? Because you're like, well, it's hard out
Oh, I
here,
love
and I don't want to.
relationships. Oh, no,
Not
I love
okay.
relationships.
No, I'm not talking about. Okay, you like relationships, but
Yeah,
what
yeah,
are
yeah.
you
I'm giving a
speaking
general.
from?
Where
What
am I speaking from?
state are you speaking from? Because you,
Already
to
having
me,
it.
you're
You know, so
giving me
already
it's
being it.
hard out here for a brother state.
Oh,
Is
no,
it
no, no.
hard
So
out
I'm
here for
speaking
a
from
brother?
general. I'm speaking from a general populace. I'm
Okay.
speaking from a
How can you speak for
not for
other
myself.
people? Speak for yourself. Let me want to hear what you got to say.
Oh, well, so for myself, yeah, I love relationships. I think, I was gonna say this too. When you desire something, things do change. You know what I mean? You are brought to a different um your conscious my consciousness. When I desired, okay, I said, I seen or I was in a situation where I was like, this ain't for me. I was doing the things that I felt like was needed in a relationship, but Shawty just wasn't on the level where, based on my, based on what I wanted or based on, what I wanted out of a relationship, Shawty wasn't, she wasn't vibing. So I changed me. You know what I'm saying? I changed how I looked at baby. I changed how, and situations happened when she was out of there. You know what I'm saying? And I was able to get more clearer on what I wanted.
Okay.
I was able to get more, even better with myself. You know what I mean? In terms of, just my awareness has improved in a way that I'm not able to. Like I said, I go into relationships, period, just knowing they're fruitful, multiplied. There's no, I don't have to be a quote unquote, I can be me. I don't have to feel inhibited in a relationship or fenced up or any type of BS. And I'm able to respect, my relationships. So what happens is relationships be coming out the woodworks. And I'd be like, damn, nigga, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? And I don't even have to do nothing. Not saying that I don't have to, I just have to put myself in a position or put myself in a, I can't even say put myself in a position really because they really be finding me and they be really, it'd be a general, it'll be a genuine, I want to see you do better. And the ones that I be picking, well, in the past, ones that I did pick, I'd have to I'd have to work for it, so to speak. And it ain't no work. And this is platonic relationships that I'm garnering here. And not to say, nothing can't, transpire, but I don't have to do anything for these beautiful relationships. I love women that are, and not even women, just friends, and women friends. I love women friends that forward thinking, multiple streams of income, on a boss shit, you know what I'm saying? That really want some things in life that see themselves better. And then, because that rubs off on how they're going to be, how they're going to treat who they're talking to.
Okay.
And that's what I've done. And that's one thing I had to observe too, is like being able to see how women think. Because I've never had any, I don't know if y'all are privy to. There was a quote I seen where it was said that women are taught what to expect from a woman, dudes are taught how to treat a woman. You know what I'm saying? But when men aren't taught on what to expect from a woman. And that was me, especially growing up in church. Oh, every girl's supposed to be a good girl, all this other craziness until you know otherwise, it'd be a trip in the church, you know what I'm saying? Where, at one point in time, the teachers or the pastors or whatever, they had to tell the girls that be coming into church, don't talk to him. And I had to find out through a chick that was, that was interested, and I'm like, why did I tell you that? And whatever reputation I had, it was whatever. Anyway, currently, I think the artist said it, where she was like, whatever wants, whatever you want, what'd you say, the artist? You said, what she said? She said, yeah, what you desire desires you too. And so I'm able to really resonate with that because you do want a relationship that you can see how they see themselves by how they treat you. And I was able to really fall in love with myself in the fact that through the current situation, it was like, dang, okay, she wasn't it, but I had to love. I wanted to love myself. So it was frustrating, being able to be in that, this most recent, maybe one of the two recent relationships where it was like, well, dang, I gotta love myself. How do I love myself? Well, I'm gonna love the people that surround me. So I was showing the love, and it got to the point where it was just either me or her in certain decisions, and I had to choose me. And so in choosing me, what I'm saying, like I said, things fell off. And so I will say that being able to choose yourself above anything is priority.
Okay. So how did you learn to love yourself, and that loving yourself, because you said loving yourself was loving others.
Mm-hmm.
So now what do you see loving yourself is? You still feel that way? That loving yourself is loving others?
Love myself is loving others. Yeah, because if I love myself, I'm going to treat that person as myself.
But how do you know you love yourself?
How do I know I love myself? Because of the way I feel, the way I talk to myself, the way I prioritize myself, the way I give to myself, the way I know my, I know my energy is like top notch. Like everything comes to me in a way that, again, like I don't have to work for it. It's a ease of attraction. And so, and not saying, and that's a way that kind of shows me that, just accept it. Different community, what I'm saying? Like even I'll be honest with you, even being in a community like this is a love attraction. You know what I'm saying? In terms of just the transparency, the vulnerability, the course of action, the growing up, the awareness, ascension of awareness. We're taught, and so that's how I kind of know how to love myself is basically giving myself on a more consistent basis, and also thinking a lot better. My thinking about myself has improved to where I see everybody Gucci, and if I don't, I'm taking that as a reflection of myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, what in me? Okay, bro. Nah, check yourself, because I will get heat. I will get hot in a minute. You know what I'm saying? And I have to come check myself. Like, now back that up, and then I'm able to kind of go within and.
So, what type of women do you feel like you attract?
What do I attract? Women, and you know what? Women that love themselves. I can tell that the women, they love themselves by, hey baby, did you work out today? Did you eat well? Because they eating good, or hey baby, I made 28,000 a day on trading. What did you trade? How much money did you? Do you want to come? I can teach you. Like that type. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, let's get it. I want to travel. I want to do this. I want to do that. So those are the type of women that, and I've always attracted. Chick the other day wanted to take me out to eat, my favorite restaurant. You know what I'm saying? To get some oysters, and well, it's on me. And when I hear on me, I'm like, whoa, we about to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to, I'm able to, do that. And so those are certain just glimpses of different ways that women do show up to me, and not saying that, it's, all super sexual, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But, and then also I had to chop that up too, where and I ain't gonna say, yeah, where I was mad, super lustful. You know what I'm saying? Like over the top lustful. Like I couldn't look at a chick unless I knew I wanted to smash. You know what I'm saying? And that was like, I just had to, I had to tighten that up. You know what I mean? In terms of my own situation, because I was a little thotty. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't call it thot. In my growing up, it was that was the rites of passage. You know what I'm saying? How many you got? Oh, well, I can switch them up every day of the week type situation. So it was a little different, it was a different camaraderie when it came to how you doing. So I champion that, you know what I'm saying? Got a belt, on that tip. So now it's a different way of politicking. It's a different way I see myself now. I don't see myself as a whoremonger or, that type of dude. I see myself as a man of value, a man of honor, you know what I'm saying? And I had to, and what happened is, and let me ask you this, Toya, so I had a couple questions. When you and your husband linked up, was there like was it instant, or was this like a kind of like a let's be friends, let's chill, and then we can, now we have a phone conversations, and now things are clicking. How did and not, you ain't got to be all super, I'm just kind of getting like a context in terms of based on how
we met on a dating app, so yeah. So if you've been on the dating app, you're going there to date. So
true. So and your profile tells it all. So yeah, okay. So yeah, so those are, okay. So that's all,
yeah. But it was an instant connection because of the conversation was so easy. And we talked on the phone for I can't remember how long, maybe a couple of weeks, I don't know for how long. And then we met up. The date was awesome. It was smooth, and because it was right before like my 42nd birthday, I believe. We met on the weekend of my 42nd birthday. And so, he brought me flowers. He took me to get Medi Pedi and massage. And then we went out to sushi. That was the first time I ever had sushi. And then so I had my birthday.
Notes, bro.
I took my birthday off, and he met me at Baker Square for breakfast. That was right around the corner from where I lived. So yeah, it was, and we have not been separated since. Like it was.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
that's beautiful. And I think too, like I said, I had to slow down. You know what I'm saying? Like I was real fast. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, too fast. You know what I'm saying? Like Need for Speed type situation to where.
It wasn't on long. This was not went on long courtship. Like we had already been married. We're in our 40s. We're not dating for no 3 or 4 years. Like we're not doing it. Although to my children, it was a little bit too fast for them. From their point of view, but it all worked out. Like we kind of just knew that our family would work. So
yeah. No, that's dope. That's real dope. And so yeah, so being able to have a certain level of even expectations for the woman, like my checkbox has increased. You know what I mean? Where I had to, in order for me to really respect the woman, I had to really respect myself to see what I'm bringing to the table. You know what I mean? And the fact that I kind of seen, and I didn't get, and unfortunately back in the day, I had to get validated based off of the woman, actually. You know what I mean? Like if I'm treating her good, my validation would come from them. You know what I mean? And that was totally opposite to where now I'm validating myself to where I already know what's coming. I already know what's, not the table, but I already know what I'm bringing to, to the relationship, but also just being able to have a certain level of courtship, because if you move too fast, I don't know. I can't move too fast. You know what I'm saying? Like that never, I got to be able to pace things out in a sort of way, just to make sure the vibes is good and, you know, those boxes is checked off because, you know, yeah, we don't want to.
It's your world.
It is. It is.
So it's whatever you
But
say.
moving too fast never just served me, you know, just the right way.
It never worked out for you, huh?
Yeah, you know, I just got to slow things down. And it's not even,
See,
you know,
I don't let
and
past
understand it's from
experiences determine my reality. But to each his own.
Okay, well, with that considered, yeah, you're right. You're right.
But
My
hey,
past experience is not considered.
hey, it's your world.
A-Town done said he was a thought. He said he was fast. He was a 304.
Me, I ain't gonna, you know, and unfortunately, yeah, it was like that. You know what I mean? But like I said, now being able to have awareness, like I'm able to like see myself a little bit differently, you know, a lot differently.
He was just having fun. He wasn't married.
I'm just teasing.
Right?
I'm
You were having
teasing.
fun. You wasn't married. You just doing what single
definitely.
folks do. What grown single
Right.
folks do. Do.
But you
I ain't mad at
Just
you.
live your life.
Just
Absolutely. And so being able to have a different stance, you know, and that's just mature, you know, now my expectations is totally different.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? My swag is different, you know. Now so it's like it's a lot that comes with the change. And
Yeah.
with
The only thing I would suggest, just clarify more what you want.
Right.
Because you're saying a lot of things you don't want, and that's what you're going to get. So clarify more what you do want, and just stay in that lane. Get more clarity.
Lane.
Yep. Get clarity on what you want, and you'll get it when you truly clarify what you want. Because it's not about what they're doing; it's about who you are.
Right.
Who cares what the women are doing? Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's what is who you say that you are.
Right.
Yep.
No, that's dope. That's dope. I had another question I wanted to ask too. I forgot. So yeah, you can go to the next. Any more questions? Did you have another question?
That was it.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you for sharing.
Let me go to the editing room. Oh yeah, for sure. No doubt.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, and I wanted to say to everybody that was on the panel, yeah, all y'all that do share, super dope. You know what I'm saying? Like just as much as, you know, you feel like, you know, you're on a table or on the, you know, on a stand or so whatever, but it
not on the stand, like they've been interrogated. They've been interrogated by me.
Right.
Like Toya coming with the judge. Toya the judge, she come with the hammer.
Change the story. Rewrite the story.
Right.
Change the story.
But I love it because it definitely checks me. You know what I'm saying? Like I get checked in that whole situation. You know what I mean? Where I need to go to my own editing room and you know, check my own self out. But yeah, definitely appreciate everybody sharing and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Mia, funny.
Those the characters. You created the characters. Rewrite the story. Write about the story.
Oh, okay. Hey, Sienna. How are you, lady?
Hey, you guys. Yeah, I was listening to everyone's story. Currently, I'm manifested babysitting, so I'm babysitting two.
Okay.
Kind of toddlers, 4 and 5.
Okay.
That's going pretty smooth. I took them to the park, got sand everywhere. I was like, maybe that wasn't a great idea, but it's okay. Threw them in the bathtub. Yeah, I worked it out.
Okay.
But I was listening to everyone's story, and I need to change the story when it comes to manifesting the right partner in my life. Because clearly, from the last situation, I manifested a pimp. I don't know if y'all was on her before, but I literally manifested someone with a pimp and hoe mentality. Now, I wasn't out on nobody's blade or nothing, but our personalities clashed because I wasn't willing to sign up to his program. And yeah, so I'm figuring out how do I manifest, I guess, what I really want. Because I remember before I was like, I don't want to manifest anybody broke. So I don't manifest people with. So the guys that I do come across, they actually are financially stable.
Okay.
But lately I've been manifesting guys with a little bit more like what is it called? Like when they're known, a little bit famous.
Okay.
Not like A-listers, maybe like D-listers. You know, they have the fame, they were on TV or whatnot.
Okay.
So I'm manifesting those types, but for some reason, the ones who rose to fame, they had, money, they was getting flown around everywhere, but they don't have the fame anymore. And they're going through like identity stuff around finances and the fame, and then they lost friends and connections and maybe lost relatives, so they're kind of spiraling. I'm trying to figure out how do I manifest someone who went through that transition, was currently going through that transition, and has the audacity to have the pimp and hoe mentality. So yeah, that's pretty interesting because I'm not sure.
I mean, but what do you want? And then you have to ask yourself, what are you saying about men and relationships in general? Because yeah, you said you wanted someone with financial stability, but is that all you want? Somebody that's financially stable?
Well, I wasn't sure if I was a little bit too picky because I really do not want to manifest someone who look average. I don't want an average looking partner. I don't want someone who's ugly. And it is what it is. I don't want someone who's lukewarm. I don't want that. So I like the guys who are fine, jaw structure, model type, like Tyson Beckford type fine. The ones I didn't manifest and do kind of look like Tyson Beckford. And maybe I had to keep him out of my mind because listen, they all be looking like him. But I definitely have a type. But the ones who's just athletic,
like you're a
build,
chocolate
tall,
brother.
like 6'3".
I know that's
yes,
right.
Chocolate,
tall
6'3"
chocolate.
and up.
Ooh, all right. Yes.
Body and shape, like they are gorgeous, right? But I feel like the ones that are really gorgeous have the most issues. And it's like, I don't want someone who might have a little beer belly. I don't want someone who eat Doritos. I don't want somebody who don't want to go work out, who look, I like that muscle definition. I like, a nice clean cut hairstyle, whatever it is, a little 5 o'clock shadow shave. I don't want no Rick Ross
Right.
beard,
So right now you're focused so much on the outer. So we know what you want on the outer. We know how the package gotta look. But what about what's going on with the character? Because we got the package in order. The package is going to be fine all the way down, right? But what is the character? What type of man do you want? Right?
Someone who's like me.
Hey, who are you? Who? So yes, you always attract who you are, but you also attract. So when we say you attract who you are, it's not who you are in a relationship if you have hang-ups about relationships, right? Because the dominant thought always wins. So what I mean by this, so I was a good woman, but I wasn't attracting good men. Why? Because I didn't believe I could have that. Even though I was that, I was attracting insecurities. I was attracting insecurities. I wasn't attracting.
So I had that breakthrough.
Okay.
I had that breakthrough this past week. I had a lot of breakthroughs this past week. So I was like, I see why. So I'm very aware of how I manifested this individual. I really am. Just to be completely transparent, I'm hung. Oh, I'm not going to say that. I am working through layers of not letting the memories of what happened replay.
Right.
Because the breakup, y'all, was so extreme. It's something I've never gone through before. It was so extreme that my mind is just like, whoa. Like, and you know what? I know, I could tell he's used to the type who will call back and like, oh, why this? They want to know why. I don't listen. It was so bad. I feel disgusted even thinking about the idea of even calling him. Mm-hmm. Right. So I would never call him. And I did go to his social media I went to his social media and I went and read a message because I wanted to see when the first time I noticed there was a slip in his persona. So I was like, wait, this wasn't the first thing that happened. When did my body feel unsafe? When was the first moment where I felt like I was betraying Sienna? So I went back. There was a message that he had sent me. And I remember I texted him and I said, I asked him about his day because he was in either Dubai or Australia at the time. He was gone for a little bit. And this wasn't too long. It's like a couple weeks ago. And he was like, he didn't answer, right? So hours went by, and I noticed he sent me memes on Instagram. So I was like, I said, I texted you hours ago, and you gonna respond to me on social media with a meme. I was like, okay, we're not sliding into low effort, are we? And then he made a response that I shouldn't have overlooked, and I didn't. And my body clocked it. My body clocked it before my mind did. He was like, well, you can manifest low effort if you want to. And I can be that. That's what he said in the message. And I was like, okay, that was a little, but I overlooked it. And that's when I should have drew the line. Because like when we overlook things, we're telling ourselves that we accept this kind of behavior. This is, we allow this kind of stuff into our lives, every time we overlook it. So, I'm like, I see where I overlooked certain things just to be be in a relationship with this person. Like how I sold myself short, where I allowed, so I gave him little crumbs of allowing behavior to where he took it full extreme. Right.
So do you
I
think you
held
have
that door
to
open.
accept certain behavior because of the type of man you want to date? Or you
I'm gonna be honest. I let it slide because I was caught up in the physical. I was caught up in his physical appearance. I was caught up in, if we work together as a team, like what we could do, which is all external. I was caught up in the external when I knew he couldn't reach me internal. I knew. So I see what it was. So it was like, I've noticed that I had this belief that I couldn't find both. Someone that was fine on the inside and fine on the outside. So I thought like I had to just put up a little bit more if they were fine on the outside. So I get it. I see I see how that happens.
But you don't have to compromise. You don't have to compromise. Now it's just all about what do you want. So you got the package down. Now you say you want who you are. Now you have to know who you are though. Like know who you are. Like what do I truly believe about relationships, because that's what you're going to manifest.
Exactly. And the crazy part, it wasn't even a sexual, like where I accepted this person on the sexual level. You know how people would tolerate it because the sex is good? Y'all, the sex was trash.
You just like how y'all looked in it. You like how
we looked together.
You say how you look. He's like, we look good in the picture, man.
I can count on one hand how many times I actually had an O the whole time we was together on one hand.
Wow.
That's how it was the snacks it was really trash. So it was not the snacks that I don't miss that. It was mainly just how we looked. We got so many compliments together in public, like everybody, when we would go on social media together. Not like I didn't never.
And you probably thought y'all was gonna be like this power couple too, right? Like we can do great things.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Because we both had our own little thing, and but yeah. So I had it. I hope this whole little fantasy.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Don't even beat yourself up. It was an experience. Now you have more clarification of what you want, and that's all that the purpose of that relationship was. Now you know that you need more than just a physical. Like you need the entire package to look good, be fitness, care about your looks, have that model type look, as well as be like really, really into you, really, really nice, like really, like it happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
I need it on the inside too, not just the outside. Because look, when I see ugly people, this may sound so heartless. That's the understanding. Like I'm just standing in my truth, y'all. When I see people who aren't attractive, I be like, don't even look at me. I get irritated when they look at me. Like, don't. Why would you ask me for my number?
You're
like,
funny.
that's how I feel.
Like you thought you could handle this. You can't get this. You can't get this. Why are you even trying, boo? They
And
like
it's so petty. I
they
know.
like, but
Or
my
if they don't
money
got
gonna
money.
make me look good. They
Ew,
might be like, my
she
money
got
gonna
money
make me look
too.
good, girl. Don't pass up on this money.
I don't care what he got. I cannot, because I know physically if I wanted to be intimate, I wouldn't be turned on. I feel like I just sold my body at that point. That's how I would feel. So I know it's not gonna work for me if he don't look right. I don't know why I'm so caught up on the look, but if he don't look right, I'm like, don't look at me, don't touch me, don't breathe on me.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, my daughter say the same thing. She's like, nah, I need somebody who's gonna match my fly.
Right. I need someone to match my fly. You know, but don't
what
beat
you're
me to the
saying
mirror.
is, if you was Jada Pinkett on Set It Off, your brother wouldn't have went to college. You wouldn't have slept with that old man and got that money.
Ew, no. Ew, no.
Your brother wouldn't have got that
Period.
tuition money.
Period. His brother would have just been in the hood by himself. But now I will take Jada Pickett's husband though. Period. I like that type. He deserves somebody like
Jada
me.
Pinkett husband want somebody else's husband.
Oh, okay, well, never mind. I know he went that way, but you know, I like that type though. Like well, the younger Will Smith was fine to me.
Yeah, I want Bad Boys Will Smith. I don't want 6 Degrees of Separation Will Smith, the one that's now.
Like I wouldn't even want to, and I want a baby, right? I want babies. I wouldn't even want to reproduce with someone who wasn't fine. I'd be like, I want my kids come out looking lukewarm. I'll put that baby on Amazon Prime.
You keep talking about these ugly people. You gonna manifest all
Right, you gonna manifest all the ugly in the world. You keep talking about ugly.
Thinking about the ugly people.
It's gonna be the Walking Dead at your door.
Cause you gonna get what you focus on. Cause you already. Here's the thing. Cause they gonna be fine on the outside, but they gonna be the most ugliest personality. Because your eyes are not going to deceive you. You know what you want physically.
Yeah.
But you're going to keep attracting the ugliness inside.
On the inside, yeah. But would that mean I'm ugly on the inside? Because I don't think
because
I am.
No. It's not that. It's again. It comes back what you believe about relationships, right? You just admitted that I didn't believe I could have both. And since I don't believe I can have both, I'm not settling for less physically.
Yeah. Now, Prosperous, I have a question though. I really do. It's a little on but off the topic. If someone was violently explosive towards you, and they tell you in your face, right? I would never forget the image of him saying he wasn't afraid to DIE. He said, I'm not afraid to DIE. He said it 4 times in my face. I still don't understand what that meant and why someone would say that. Like, why would you, out of nowhere, I'm not afraid to, and then it kind of like posture themselves. You know how somebody flinch at you like they're going to hit you, but they don't? That's what he did. And
well,
so
that was just fear.
I was,
that was fear. He's trying to get you to be scared of him.
Yeah, here. I never seen that. I have never been in a situation like that. So that was so new.
Because he couldn't control you, so he was going to try to use it. So and that's usually the first thing, right? First they yell and they're emotionally threatening until they become physically threatening, right?
It did become physical. The last straw for me was it all happened in a span of 3 days, y'all. That third day he went from stage 1 to stage 10. He went through all stages in one day. I can see how you warm up to it, but he went through all the stages in one day, and my brain couldn't. So I'll just put my business out there. I don't read mine. So my it got so bad, y'all, and I couldn't book a flight because it was already like 10 o'clock at night. So ain't no flights flying out. So I couldn't book a flight back home. I already had a flight booked for the morning. So my brother lived in Arizona, which is not that far from Nevada, right? He just got to cross over because he's right there on the edge. And so my brother was like, I'm about to come get you, and we're gonna stay in a hotel so you get on your flight. So I was like, no, it's okay, I can wait for the morning. He was like, no, I'm coming now. So my brother pulled up. My brother came, and so I was like, hey, instead of me leaving in the morning, I'm gonna leave tonight. My brother's gonna come and get me. When I tell y'all, he flipped out. I was afraid for my life. He flipped out because I was leaving. He literally flipped out. Like he like threw all my things in the hallway. And then I was walking to the door, and that's when like he just he flipped out. And then as I just remember I was sitting there in the hallway, and I had a broken foot because I couldn't get up and walk because my foot was broke. I had a broken foot, and he comes out the door. He steps over me and says, if the police come, they're gonna have to take me in a body bag. Not me, but him. He was like, if the police come, they're gonna have to take me in a body bag. And he left, right? He left. So I had never been through nothing like that. So my brain was trying to figure out like what in the world did I just witness, experience, and go through, and then what kind of like the rage, y'all. I'd never seen nothing like that. So how do you? I just never seen nothing like that, and it was just so wild because you would never think that someone's persona, they can hide it so well. Like you wouldn't even think that they would come off so different at first. Like you just wouldn't think that. So, and then I had blocked him on like all my social medias. He blocked me too because I remember I was trying to block him on TikTok, and I realized he blocked me.
I don't know, because the last time you were talking about him, he didn't seem like he was always speaking kindly.
Yeah.
So based on some of the things that you said, he didn't seem like a kind person.
So those 3 days of it just getting worse because it escalated over a span of 3 days. Even though altogether I was there for 10 days. The 3 days leading up towards my departure was the worst 3 days I've experienced. But that's when a lot of things he was saying were happening in those 3 days. But then also I would pay attention to how he would talk to people on social media, like on panels. He would like disrespect girls, call them renegades.
Okay. So basically he was showing you who he was, but you just decided to overlook it because you liked how he looked. So so the thing is that, I mean, you don't have to like give us the full story, the rundown, because you're not in the situation anymore. Right? Right? You're not in the situation anymore. And so we've already pinpointed that we end up here because we don't see that we can have what we really want. So we think we have to settle. And so now you have to just change the story. You have to change the narrative. You got to decide what you want and stop thinking you have to settle for it. Like good guys don't come in good packages. They do.
I mean, Russell Wilson, Starla K. Brown. I can name a few different.
I mean, what? Oh, Megan Thee Stallion, Clay Thomas, Clay? Right? Like it happens. So,
we could go on.
Huh?
I was just saying we could go on. Like, there's a whole bunch of fine men who seem to treat their partners well, from what we can tell, and so.
Yeah. So the story has to start with you telling a different one, forgiving yourself, right? Not beating yourself up, right? Because sometimes we do have blinders on. We don't know ourselves, and we don't know that we have this cycle of choosing this type of man, right? That we keep bringing into our reality because we're so hyper focused on how they look on the outside, and you've already convinced yourself, well, if they look good on the outside, they're probably not going to be a great guy from a character standpoint. So that's the story you have to change. Because if you're fine as wine and you have a great personality, why that can't be in the male package too?
Right, that part.
Right.
That part.
Yeah.
And then just like 10 more seconds. This person, I noticed when I was reading that message, I noticed that he unblocked me. I was like, why would he unblock me? And then I reblocked him after I read it. And then I went to my Instagram and I noticed he pretty much unblocked me from all his social medias. I'm like, I don't know what that's about, but I kept him blocked.
Right.
I don't know. It's just a control thing. Like that type of person is used to, okay, I'm bringing it not safe for work situation. A dominant personality is more used to submissive personality. And if that person is looking for a submissive, in this situation, it's an unhealthy dynamic where that person wants the submissive person to do whatever they say goes, and that's not a healthy dynamic. So because you're not adhering to that, he's gonna try to make you second guess yourself until you can stand up on your own and say, I don't give a fuck what this nigga do. I don't give a fuck he unblocked me a million times. I'm not looking for him. That is not ever what I want to be involved with again. You have to get disgusted with that shit for real, because otherwise you're gonna find yourself in the same situation.
Right, because why do you care if he blocked you or
Right, because if he was trying to,
if you're done with this situation, I don't even know why we're going.
Shit,
I think you're trying to analyze it too much, and it sounds like you want to make. I get it. We want to say, well, he did these things, and I'm not saying that he didn't do these things. This is who he is based on your assumptions, though. Because he can be with a whole nother different type of woman, and none of these things are going to come out because people, we don't see people, we see our assumptions about them. And so you already felt a certain way about this guy, and you decided that you still were going to, even though he didn't fit the mold, he was only going to reflect back to you what you believe to be true. He couldn't do anything different. Because if he was a good guy, he would have been ugly to you. Because you don't believe that good guys and fine men go together.
I believe they do go together. So, my ex before him, he did pass away. We were together for 10 years. He was fine and he was a good guy. And that's, I just thought I was just in like, I'm not gonna say la la land, but it felt like dream world when I was with him because I could, I was able to explore whatever I wanted to do business wise, creative wise. There was fluidity in our relationship. So it was the best relationship I ever been in my entire life, but I was with him all of my 20s. Right. So until he departed. But
so why did you say that time. Right, so why did you say that you didn't think that the good guy and the fine guy could go hand in hand?
Because the ones lately, since I did start dating again after he passed away,
okay,
they are fine too. They have their money, but if like the other ones, like the other three, and when I mean date, we was just on talk. We met in person a couple times and on the phone a couple times, and I cut them off immediately, especially like when they didn't follow through on certain things, or if I noticed that they was just trying to have snacks real fast. I didn't waste a second. I'm like, this is not a good match for me. I would tell them that, and that was it. And I didn't do that with this one. But normally, if I don't see it's a good match, I'm out of there. But with this one, I didn't. So I definitely did the work to figure out what it was. So I know exactly where it came from and what it was. And a lot of it stemmed from my childhood, y'all. A lot of it, when I got down to the root core, a lot of it came from the beliefs that I've been carrying in my subconscious mind from my childhood. So I definitely worked through it. And I'm proud of myself for not staying in that place for too long. Because you know how sometimes people go through things and they would stay in that place of ruminating thoughts for weeks or months or years. By day 6, your girl was already pretty much back to normal because I had to do the work throughout those other 5 days of figuring out why I chose this and why I allowed it. So I had to work through it. I had to look in the mirror, write things down, speak with this lady that I hired, and work through it. So I get it.
Yeah. As long as you have forgiven yourself and have moved past it, so you recognize that you can have whatever you want and you don't have to settle, because at the end of the day, that's all it comes down to. I mean, we know that a lot of the stuff that just about everything we experience in this life is because we have been conditioned to, our relationships are based on what we believe can happen and what we've seen happen. And they don't change until we change what we believe can happen. Once we can accept what it is we feel we deserve, and then we get it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I was so focused mainly on the part that you guys that was so attractive to me, why I was really caught up on the baby part because he wanted kids too and I did too. Like I want babies real bad, like so bad. Like and
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You keep going back to that relationship. Are you sure you over this relationship? Because you keep going back to it.
I am. I was just telling you why I was attracted to that relationship because he wanted kids like I did. So I was just saying why I was attracted to it. Because we had an open conversation about it, whereas I haven't had conversations like this with other guys.
Yeah, but I get it. So, you just got to tell the story. I get it. But you keep telling that story, you're going to repeat the story. So to try to make this
Well, I'm
like
changing the narrative.
right, because I mean, you're like, I
I'm
gotta get it
changing
out.
the
I gotta tell
narrative.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But I'm telling you, all you're doing is resurrecting it. You're resurrecting it. You're not forgiving. You're not forgetting. You're not letting it go. You're still telling the story. So it's alive and well in you. And so you,
Well, this is the last day I'm telling the story.
yeah, you have to
This
do
is
the
done,
work.
y'all. This is done.
You dead and
We're
buried.
doing
You gotta bury dead and let the dead bury the dead. He's part of the old state, the old you that needs to never be resurrected again. Not never to identify other than you're saying how you got through it, not how you got in it. Because right now you keep telling us how you got in it. We know how you got in it. The details is unnecessary.
Absolutely. Thank you, Prosperous.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And then somebody in the comments said you can have kids without a man if you really want them. I mean, I know that's an option, but I want, I want the whole daddy around. Yeah, I want a family.
Yeah. I feel you. I feel you. But yeah, we can, relationships. We are the operant power. We're the star of our movie. We're the producer of our movie. We are the editor. We are the director. We're the author. We're all of it. And it's just about taking full accountability for the story and then let it play out without us thinking or needing to control how it plays out, because you know how it ends. You wrote the story, so you know it ends beautifully. And if the story is not progressing in the way you want it, if you're noticing that it's something within you that you're not allowing to show up, just tell a different story. Rewrite the narrative. Be easy with yourself. You don't have to beat yourself up. You don't have to analyze it. You don't have to scrutinize it. You only have to forgive yourself, love yourself, be easy with yourself, and change it. Loving yourself is loving you as you are, while at the same time recognizing that who you are is okay. That there's nothing, the only thing that's wrong with you is the way you think, and that can be changed. That's the only thing that's wrong. If there's a wrongness, it's how you're thinking about you. Think great of you, like you the star. How you gonna write yourself less than? How you gonna play supporting role in somebody in your own movie? Like the whole focus of your story is all about you. How amazingly you are cared for and treated. And because you are cared for in that way, you can freely do it to others. Because you can only give what you have. So loving on us is the most important part of the story. Loving on yourself, which means you're not going to settle. You don't have to compromise. So date yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna interject real quick. Just give us some context in terms of what that loving yourself is, because you asked me, how do I know I love myself, and I know where I have been able to grow, where, like I said, a lot of my relationships was more external validation, where now I'm more internally validated. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't have to. I can be by myself. I can be dolo and still be good, or I don't have to seek, just be thirsty type. You know what I'm saying, for lack of a better word. And it wasn't necessarily thirsty for just that, but it was just thirsty for to have somebody. You know what I'm saying? Going to sleep by myself, never that. You know what I'm saying? Or not having something, weeks at a time. You know what I'm saying? So so it had to translate into. I had to invert it. You know what I mean? Where now I'm able to be dolo. Being able to find a lot of different things that I like to do, again, without having to find external validation.
Right. Do you enjoy like you said, do you enjoy your own company? What do you really say about yourself? When you think about you, what do you really say about you? That's how you know you love yourself. Are you thinking the best of you when you think of you? Like, do you put yourself first? Do you consider yourself? Like when you decide to like, who are you when you get up in the morning and you put clothes on, who you dressing for? Are you taking care of you? Are you doing those things like, are you only doing things because, oh, maybe somebody is going to see me? Or are you doing it simply because it's who you are? I like to look good. I like to smell good. I'm not waiting to be in a relationship to look a certain way or to feel a certain way. I'm going to do that now. Like, I'm not waiting to go to my favorite restaurant unless I have a date. That's the only way. Or I'm only going to do things. I'm going to save all that. I'm going to wait. Because I did that. Like, I had never like gone to the show by myself before or went and sat at a restaurant by myself. I did all of that. So I could show myself I was enough. I'm enough all by myself. And the person is just a cherry on top. They don't add value to me because I am the value. And knowing, and the person I'm going to draw in is going to know that they're value all by themselves, that I'm not adding to them either. I'm not adding to them. I'm not taking away. We're two people coming together, deciding to share our life together. Mutual love and mutual respect there.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I had to work. The work was mental, right? But it's like when you want to be different, it doesn't seem like a chore now. It's not going to be a chore because this is who you're choosing to be, right? You're choosing this. You're deciding this for yourself. Be it. You don't have to make any excuses. You don't have to over explain. You don't have to do any of that. This is who you are. So when I make these decisions, I wasn't talking to nobody. I wasn't asking anybody, oh, what should I like? Those conversations were not had with anyone. Because when I decided, that was it. I didn't care what other people thought about it. What they thought didn't matter. It was what I thought, what I wanted, what I was deciding. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And so we'll let Kevin speak, and then I'll close out the live. Go ahead, Kevin. It's going on 10 o'clock. It's about time for me to go to bed.
I figured I was not going to come up because of the time. Mm-hmm. And everybody said everything that needed to be said. And I mentioned in chat, I'm not sure what I could possibly add or a perspective that hasn't already been, examined, thoroughly. The short end of it is like my self-concept, as I described in the chat, came from the guilt of not being able to protect my mom, who was in an abusive relationship from my father, and my sisters, who were also in an abusive relationship from our father, and I was abused as well. We weren't sexually abused, not that I know of, but verbally, emotionally, and physically abused, which is why I don't spank my kids, because I don't believe in corporal punishment because of what I went through. That didn't look like love to me, an expression of love. And I went through my mom is very beautiful, even to this day. She's very beautiful. So I've always had very beautiful women attracted to me. Exterior wise, they were gorgeous. I remember someone in my late teens, I was walking with a young lady I was dating at the time, and somebody walked up to me and shook my hand because of how pretty she was.
Okay.
So, talk about an ego boost, right? But the women that I selected to be with, to marry, were very abusive to me. Very abusive. And as I mentioned in the chat, they all reflected uh, my self reflection of me, my self image of me, my self concept of me. They were all a reflection. And I'm sure you heard me mention plenty of time, accountability is the highest form of self love. And when I took accountability, instead of saying, um, women ain't no good, all they do is treat men bad, they take advantage of you, they just want you for your money. Guess what I attracted?
Mm.
That.
Mm-hmm.
Women only want you for your money. Women that were abusive. My grandmother on my father's side died of cirrhosis of the liver when I was 7.
Mm.
So because of that, I wouldn't have anything to do with alcohol. People thought it had something to do with my religious upbringing. I was like, no, because alcoholism took my grandmother from me, right? And I end up, being with somebody who was an alcoholic or a substance abuse, and very mean, and very, because I couldn't, felt guilty about not being able to protect my mom from the environment that we were all in. That guilt of not loving myself because I was a little kid. There's no way I could go up against a grown man, my dad, and defend her. And he was beating me up. So what could I do, right? So I had to learn to forgive myself for not being able to do what I knew I couldn't do, and the guilt. And I had to forgive myself for thinking that I'm not worthy of being loved the way I wanted to be loved and respected. That's where they all came from. They were all reflections of me. Now they changed the looks. The women that I've dated or married, they didn't look all. Neither one of them looked alike, but they all were reflections of my belief about myself. So if I'm to give you any wisdom, and I typically don't like to give advice when not asked for, because I say, unsolicited advice is seldom adhered to. So I
Even
guess
solicited advice. Even when they ask for it, still don't listen. I'm sorry.
True that. So everything is based on self-concept. It's why I believe the first commandment is to love thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Well, who's God? You are. And the second is like unto the first, love thy neighbor. Who's the neighbor? The reflection. Because you cannot tell the reflection to get right. You get right, and the reflection is right. So self-love starts with working on self. You said it earlier, take the speck out of your eye, or the speck out of the other person's eye, so you can see the beam in your eye. It's all about you. and you have the power to change it at will. And forgive yourself at will. It doesn't have to be hard to forgive yourself. It's just make a decision to forgive yourself and see yourself as worthy of the love and respect that you deserve. That's it. Make a decision. And I know it's 11 o'clock where I am almost, but I don't want to hold anybody.
No, that was good, Kev. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Yep, yep. Because you do have to do an accounting of your thoughts about you. What do you say about you? Do you beat yourself up a lot? Do you condemn yourself a lot? Do you judge yourself a lot for choices that you've made, whether they've been in the past or whether they've been in the present? Or do you just simply say, that's not who I am anymore? Like, I think that needs to be in people's mouths. That's not who I am. And then decide who I am. When you don't like a certain aspect of you that has been resurrected, and you've been deciding that you want the best version of you to be expressed, and the old state resurrects and it shows itself, all you have to do is say, that's not who I am, and then change it. Change the state, which means change your mind, which means change the narrative, tell a different story. It's really just that simple. And we just have to stop looking to make it like this deep dive, and you got to scrutinize and you got to analyze and you got to figure out, well, where did it come from? How did it get there? That's because you're giving your attention to the thing you don't want to happen. And when you start deep diving and going into all of that, into the weeds of it, you're just making it more solidified, because that's where you're giving your attention. And so you're going to find yourself, you're going to keep telling the story, and you're going to keep telling the story because what? You keep identifying with that. You keep talking about, well, what had happened was, well, let me just tell you, this is why, and I need to put it under a microscope, and no, you don't. It's a choice. You're choosing to do that. You can also just choose to say, this experience has reminded me that I wasn't choosing me. I wasn't choosing me when I was choosing something that was less than the best. That when love was not truly expressed. This is not who I am, because I am love. And so now I need to love me and choose me and recognize I wasn't choosing me. I was settling. I was compromising. I was thinking that it's too good to be true. I don't know. Whatever excuse you were giving yourself for not giving yourself the best. You deserve the best. You are worthy of it all. Why? Simply because you are. Your existence is enough. Remember, we're not defined by experiences, we have them. We have experiences, but that's not who we are. We are the being having the experience. And at any time, we can recreate it. Even if you have to cry about it, yell at yourself, whatever, just don't condemn yourself, which means don't operate guilt, shame, remorse, and regret. You can be angry, but be angry enough to change. Be mad enough to not say, I'm never experiencing that again. I choose me now. I'm going to love on me now. Because here's the thing that you have to ruminate on a little bit more. Why is it that you expect somebody to love you when you don't? Because that's a lot of times we be wanting people to treat us better than we treat ourselves. Because the people that do come in and want to love on you when you don't love yourself, you're not going to be able to receive it. they're too soft, they're too nice. Oh my goodness, I can walk. They're pushovers. They're walker. I can just walk all over them. They don't have a backbone. You're gonna come up with every excuse why not to be with the person that's treating you good, because you don't think you deserve it. Oh, they love bombing me. They doing something. Don't nobody do all this and don't want nothing. Oh my goodness, they you're gonna come up with all kind of reasons why you can't get this good treatment. And it's because you told yourself you don't deserve it. So that's loving on you. Like when people are treating you good, that you expect it because you treat you good. So it's not like brand new. It's not like something that you're not used to. You've been treating you so good that you expect the world to bend over backwards to treat you good. You expect people to roll out the red carpet. You expect people to open doors, to lift suitcases, right? And overhead bins, right? You deserve it. And so with that being said, right, so Abraham Hicks calls it turning upstream. Yeah, you got to turn downstream. Turn downstream. Stop going against the current, which means stop fighting against yourself. Stop going against yourself. Life really wants to support you and give you the best. You just got to be willing to receive it. Be willing to receive it and stop saying, coming up with excuses why it can't be. It already is. You just got blinders on. Take the blinders off. So you can see just how much, you are loved. You are loved. You are supported in every decision. Because the observer in you is just your genie in a bottle. It does whatever you tell it. It's never going to argue with you, ever. It's never going to argue with you. It's always going to give you what you believe to be true. Because it could not be true, but because you believe it, that's what you experience. So the error is you think that you don't deserve it all and you have to compromise. The truth is you already have it all and you don't have to earn it. You don't have to earn this. This is freely given. It was given to you before the foundations of the world. Before you enter into this space, into this third dimensional plane, all that the Father had already belonged to you, prodigal son, just waiting for you to come to yourself so you can celebrate and bring you that fatted calf and that ring and that robe so you can operate in your authority, so you can live your best life. Living your life like it's golden. Are you living your life like it's golden? Live your life like it's golden. With that said, thank you, guys. I appreciate you so much for joining us. All of you that shared your stories, man, we was really like, putting it all out there. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Like everyone was blessed in the hearing. Everyone was blessed in the sharing. Everyone's story benefited everyone else. Everyone's story, everyone's willing to be vulnerable and share where they were and how far they've come and how they've entered a different state. No, as Neville Goddard tells us, all states are eternal. They all exist. You can fall back. We fall down, but we get up. You can slip back. Just don't stay there. It's okay. Don't identify with the old. Identify with what you want. So go to bed. What do I want? What is it that I want? Who do I say that I am? Because let your wanting and your being marry each other, right? When you say what you want, decide that I am the person that has the thing desired. Yes, thank you guys so much. Have a great night, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Toya.
You're
Have a good night.
welcome. Good night.